Hello, welcome back to Bard College. A whole year has passed, and we spent the last episode telling each other really what everyone had been up to. And we will resume following that time apart at a reunion in the newly consolidated Castle Cerulea. Who would be there already? I had not been too far on their travels.
I don't think I've left.
Exactly. So, Mia and Jacob probably. Is someone getting is it someone else getting messages that I can hear, or is it just me? Sorry, I'm getting mad already.
I've got a notification in the channel. It might have been that if it's not muted.
Yeah, I don't.
Mine's muted.
Yeah, can everyone just make sure their little messages are muted? I don't know. Sometimes I just get it while I'm talking. I don't think it's me. I think I'm muted. So, thank you for that in advance. Anyway, so Mia and Jacob will have kept the closest acquaintance over that year, given that Mia could regularly be seen in her newly corporeal temple, the Temple of the Mysteries of Magic, or Temple to the Mysteries of Magic. What's better, Temple of or Temple to? Temple of the Mysteries of Magic, right?
Oh.
Yeah. Did you decide who would be running that show?
No.
No? Cool.
No, I didn't.
Cool.
I had one job.
You had one job and you fucked it up. All right then. Well, I have control of them now.
No, I still want to do it. Can I do it in the break?
Well, you're going to have to then. This person is busy doing something else and they can make their entrance in a bit. And I guess, Jacob, although you'll have seen Mia a fair bit, you've also been presiding over all these trials and kind of forming this council, this inner circle, small council, to help you run this city that you have partially inherited and partially invaded.
Liberated, I prefer.
Well, that you may prefer. I wasn't in character. So, who would, if you are enjoying Mia and Jacob a meal in the Grand Hall of Castle Cerulea, would you have made? Would you be kind of timekeeping and expecting everybody, or would the promise to meet back up in a year's time have kind of fallen by the wayside?
I think I would assume. Sorry.
No,
I think I would assume that we would have been keeping in fairly decent, regular touch with everyone, so we would kind of know when they were heading back, and we would probably know when to expect them.
Okay. So who would be the first to return?
So Tilly was away for about 5-6 months, but then she was in last Halloween the last 6 months, so she would have seen them once a month, because she knew. So, yeah, she knew they had this dinner planned, and I think we were expecting. Mir would have told me that we were expecting smoke on a day. So yeah, probably Tilly would arrive atop riding Humphrey into the dining hall.
So as the courtiers of Castle Cerulea fling back the grand entrance, Matilda Hollytop, Star Seeker, and erstwhile adventurer, is announced, and the formalities are taken to greet Humphrey as well. Noble steed
Noble
and
steed.
faithful hound.
As she enters, you've seen her. Maybe not for the last month or so, and a lot of has happened to her in that last month. So as she comes in, you do notice she looks quite a bit different. Her hair is short now, just sort of like this length. She's not wearing a dress anymore. It's just sort of leather trousers, and she looks like visibly kind of like almost like older, even though it was only a month. And Humphrey's wearing this thing that you might have not seen before. It's like a sort of like armor / saddle. And at the front, just under his on his neck, he's wearing like a leather pouch, which is sort of like tube shaped. And it's painted white, and it's got like a red cross in the middle. And
kind of like a St. Bernard.
kind of like that, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, she'll walk in and sit next to you, and Jacob, Mir, hiya.
Hi.
Hi. You okay? You got any bits of meat for Humphrey, maybe? That
I'm sure if you send
Yeah.
him down to the kitchens, the cook will provide
Oh,
him
no.
with a nice bone.
don't want to do that. He might not come back, or come back twice his size. Yeah. We'll just get him some bits. How are you guys doing?
I'll feed him. Wow, you look cool.
As in, I wasn't cool before, Mir? Is that what you're trying to say?
And she has a point.
No,
Like,
I was just
more badass than you.
kidding.
More sure
Might
of
be the
yourself,
leather
I think.
trousers.
Yeah, maybe. I've been learning a lot of really cool stuff. Yeah, Matt Sonia, she's pretty amazing. I didn't know you had someone so interesting in your town, Jacob. She's
Yeah, she's definitely a character.
she's great. She's great. She's been showing me so much stuff.
Some offcuts for the hound. And you see Jeffrey Ashdane relegated to a glorified maitre d', serving food at the table while consuming his own rather large portion of humble pie. And he slops down like a porterhouse steak in a silver dish next to Tilly for Humphrey to go in on.
Yeah, and he'll look at me and not move until she just sort of looks at him and says, "Yeah, go on, boy," and he'll just devour it.
Mm-hmm. You see Ashdane look down his nose before taking 2.5 steps back, and then addressing Jacob. My lord, are you expecting any more of your companions to be joining us this afternoon?
It has been a year or so since I last saw Smoke. He could arrive today, he could arrive tomorrow. I wouldn't be surprised if he turned up. And I wouldn't be surprised if trouble followed in his paw prints.
I'll have the master suite prepared.
Thank you.
And he just kind of dispatches a few employees, not to call them servants because they're well paid, but they're diligent. And you see this kind of feast before you now. No expense has been spared. And there's kind of a whole different array of different cured meats, pies. Tilly, that there'd be some familiar smells from like your favourite pastry places in the Undercity, which are now kind of getting more trade above the surface. And it just seems to be a little bit more of a less rigid structure to the food, and a kind of a mishmash of different styles and influences. A lot of the fruit in the surrounding jungles of Last Hollow is just coming into season, so there's like lots of like fragrant like chilies and different spices as well.
I should be tucking into a giant Lecan potato pie, just kind of stuffing her mouth, and oh, this is just delicious. That reminds me, Jacob, you haven't been to see the hospital in quite a while. It's.
I only had the time.
Yeah.
Turns out, running a city takes a lot of work.
Well,
and work that I never intended to take.
Look, I don't.
Both helped me so much this year. Mir, your temple has wiped away what was once on the island, and Tilly, the hospital, the residential home for children. It's Last Hollow is a shining beacon of how good a place can be now.
Can get even better, you know. It just reminds me that's for maybe later. Gonna need more supplies. I know I keep asking you about this, and I know there's budget to look for, but hospital needs constant money.
Yes, they do. Things can be sorted.
Tilly, you kept this to yourself, if you'll allow me to decide that for you. But you have been working very hard at the hospital with a particular patient who's very close to you. Seems to have gone through a great deal of trauma, and you kind of relate to them in how they've been dealing with and coping with losses to their memories and identity. And you've been kind of using this reunion dinner, as something to work towards, a target. Helps to have something to focus on, which is partially why you built the hospital in the first place. And announced next, although much more subduedly, is Trasimir Lightmoon, who enters looking a little bit sheepish, but much less with the weight of the world upon his shoulders, clearer complexion, and even a nervous smile as he looks down the long dining table and holds up a accepting hand.
She'll wave to him and just like beckon him. Oh, I hope you don't mind, Jacob. I invited Traz.
The more the merrier.
He's not had a meal like this in a long while, and I just wanted to know to show you how well he's been doing.
It looks really good.
As he approaches the table, Humphrey kind of looks up and smells, and then turns around and then runs straight towards Trasimir, who awkwardly kind of greets him and kind of gives him a bit of a cuddle and some scritches, and he just pulls out a yellow ball, just made of like sea foam and soft like sea sponge, and he kind of does a little flourish, makes it disappear, and it totally has Humphrey's attention before he throws it up behind his back, bounces it off the far wall, and Humphrey goes off in the this direction.
He totally goes in and like knocks a little side table with like a bunch of like plates and shit, and everything falls on the floor.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll get that, honestly. Like a few servants run over and kind of like usher him back to the table, and he sits down like wincing in awkwardness.
How are you feeling? You look good.
Hi. Yeah, I'm feeling good. Today's a good day.
We
you know, the winter's been pretty difficult, but I'm feeling good today. I'm being mindful and I'm focusing on what's possible and looking to the future.
That's a great outlook.
That's what this meal was always supposed to be, right? Like setting everybody's stall out and focusing on a goal.
That's what we're here for.
Well,
You've been taking your meds, right? Just checking.
I'm just saying, what psychoactive medication might there be in D&D? But
The mushroom based. They're all mushroom based.
Also, the jungle is
yeah. I've been imbibing the remedies as advised.
It's really important that you just keep taking them. If you stop, it will have a very negative effect.
Yeah, I remember running low and having to go over to Sonia's farm, and she told me in no uncertain terms what would happen if I delayed taking some of the more potent medication, and we don't want any of that.
No, she's very smart. Listen to her. But I'll make sure whatever plans we make, I'll make sure you've got enough to last you for a while.
Oh.
And if you wanted to come to the new temple, you'd always be welcome. My new high priest, Hiltwin, he's really good to talk to.
Could you put that name in the chat for me, Kirsty?
Yeah.
Hiltwin Hughie?
Huggy.
Yuji?
Hiltwin Hughie. Okay. I like it. And they are a
male wizard.
Okay.
Kind of androgynous looking, a bit like Bowie-esque.
Mm-hmm. Very cool. Oh, I've heard good things about Master Hughie.
He's great, and I think if we are going on somewhere else, I'll kind of look at everybody. Then I think I'd be leaving the temple in a good pair of hands.
Weren't we expecting the captain?
We are. His timeline's been a bit.
Some of the crew came to visit me, and they spoke so fondly of that journey where I was only present for some of it and spent most of it in the brig. They really look up to Smoking Mirror. They speak fondly of his daring solo attack against the Leviathan. Is it true that he jumped off the boat and ran on a Leviathan and took it down just without any cannons or anything, just with his own hand-to-hand weapons?
Yeah.
Mostly.
I mean, not far from
He
it.
probably did. He's amazing.
He really is. I've missed him. Not anyone. Has anyone seen him in the last year at all? Even once? Jacob, Mir. Oh, I
No.
bet he's changed. I bet he's like
I b-
looking even more, tough.
I believe he was planning on visiting the clans, so who knows where he's been. There are clans near here, not far from here, so who knows, he might be here soon. But
With that, the next announcement is made, and it's for the first mate of the Lady of the Waves, and Lash comes in. You notice that she's a bit late, and she kind of looks at the kind of light in the sky and looks a bit puzzled at the table. And she comes and sits down. Good afternoon. Is he here?
not yet.
We're here, Lash. Nice to see you again.
No, yeah, we've seen each other. I've been here. He hasn't been for a whole year.
All right. Yeah, that's true. We expecting
He's on
him
his
any
way.
minute.
Don't
He'll
Do I look
arrive when
okay?
he arrives. You know what he's like.
You look great.
I didn't file my tusks for nothing, I hope.
No, dig in, eat while we wait.
I thought you'd
He
never.
won't care.
Lash pulls off like an entire like turkey leg and just like tries to eat it as quickly as possible. Maybe she's nervous. You don't
In
know.
like one bite, right? And just pull
Mhm.
out the bone.
Mm-hmm. And before long, the dinner's being served. You may be on like the third course. And Smoke, how did you arrive into Last Hollow?
Arriving into the city would have been very low key, really. I would have just like walked in with sunshine.
Okay.
There wouldn't have been any like sort of parade. I didn't come by ship.
Mm-hmm.
We just finished
just
off our
traipse through the west gate.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We did this last session, didn't we?
Did we?
Smoke's arrival, yeah. He got accosted on the bridge by...
The bridge.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Oh, sorry. So that's how you arrived. You came back over the bridge. You had a little bit of a shock when you came
Yeah.
back.
Ooh.
That's right. You
and
got a
that's
new
why
toy.
You're a little bit late.
Yeah, I was flustered, and the guard had come over after the commotion, and then after a brief second of this puzzlement and shock and hesitation, I'd have looked up as I entered the door and have seen my friends and exclaimed, "I hear this new Lord of Last Hollow is a real tyrant!"
Tilly will jump up from the chair, sprint, and jump into Smoke's arms to give him a hug.
Oh. Yeah, Mir won't be that far behind.
Wow, Tilly, you've changed.
Oh, did you get more muscles? Because I can hardly even hold on.
Not quite.
You
Oh.
look awesome.
It's been somewhat of a peaceful year, actually.
What have
With
you been
that, from
doing?
behind Smoke, Sunshine at Night says, I got more muscles. It's been a long year.
Give him a hug too.
Yeah.
Smoking Mirror, I hear you can't be in my city for 5 minutes without causing trouble.
Oh, word spreads very quickly. I'll look over at the guard.
Who apparently got here first.
Runners would have been sent, I imagine.
Mm-hmm.
And he was escorted by the guards up anyway.
Great. Come on, sit. We eat. We've got so much good food. You got to try the pies. They're awesome. And for after, I got something special.
Haven't heard of anything from you in a year, Smoke. Where have you been?
I've been visiting with my people. Very many of the Tabaxi have withdrawn from the outer settlements. We've had a lot to speak about at home.
I saved you a
Yeah.
seat, Captain.
Thank you. So that's the
She
one.
you see Lash now, her demeanor is totally changed. She kind of defaults into this tough ally now. She doesn't look flustered or nervous at all. It's as if Smoke's very presence makes Lash focus on kicking ass and taking names.
Just on a bit more of a serious note for just a second. How was you reuniting with Uduk?
It was a perilous journey. We took the time to navigate the Sunder Forest from Crackmouth, but I forgot how steep those peaks are before you get there. We did not spend long in Uduk before heading south, as you instructed, towards Green Sisters to meet with one of your clan cousins. Hold on.
That was the Gathering Mountains clan.
Yes. I met with Six. He's a skilled fighter, and he gave himself a hell of an introduction. Nearly bested me. But obviously, I overcame him. We stayed there for a few days. They are impressive warriors, living entirely off the land, hunting day and night. The children of the clan, before they can barely leave their mother, they are given a bow and a dagger and left to fend for themselves. Only the very strong return, and the strongest I witnessed was Three Bear. He was difficult. And she clutches at her clothing as if still nursing a lingering wound. I was worried that I'd walked into a trap and that Three Bear was going to interrogate me to try and find the best way back into Uduk and to steal some territory from us. But when he knew that I was willing to risk my life to bring a message from you, his attitude changed. And he told me to give you this. And he she takes a necklace off. And there is it's like a leather necklace with black onyx stones either side of a huge bear tooth. He said that this would be proof enough of his allegiance, and that when the time came for you to call upon him, he would be there.
And she's handing this to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would take it. Good. Sorry about that. Gesture towards the wound she received from Three Bear. Your people are strong enough. What about the orcs across the river? How do they feel about this meeting?
Adok is a fractious place with many competing interests and different attitudes. Some are skeptical that they can move without Darkrin's approval. I suggest you go to the capital at some point in the future if you wish to count on the might of the Orc clans in whatever assault it is that you have planned.
No assault, no conflict. Let's not speak of those things for a good while. It's been a peaceful year, but it's a short one. Well, it's good to see you. And I'll just like bring the levity back up and raise a glass and eat the food.
Yeah. Lash remembers her station and follows suit.
Jacob would, after a small moment of eating, would say, so, not to get to the crux of the matter, but we agreed to spend a year and then come back and to discuss what to do next. There's a lot of things still undone. Mia, we still need to go search for Lone Spell on Mistra's orders.
True.
Myself, I would like to free Tara from her prison.
That sounds
Can
something
you-
I want. Sorry, go on.
Can you leave here? Like, it sounds like you're so busy. What What are you going to do?
Eleonora is. You remember Ellie? She's my chamberlain. We can leave here as long as it's not permanent and I can return. And I think the days of traveling, spending 8-9 months on the road and with no real base, they are maybe gone. But traveling out, doing a thing, and then regrouping might be a more opportune. I have set a council up to rule the city when I'm not there. I am more a figurehead than.
Haha, you're much more than that, Jacob. The city's depending on that. But if you trust in the right people, like I think you did, then it should be fine. There's a lot of good people here. I met a lot of them, and I think overall they are grateful for the change. Definitely the Undercity is. It feels different walking there than. Do you remember that night when we went down there and went past the guard and run
You've
and
told me about
sneaked
it.
through?
I had already been captured at that point.
Yeah. Yes, you have been. It was different. It was just completely different, and now it feels like people walking around. The ones I've been talking to, they just feel things are positive, which is good.
Took a lot of work to get it that way, and I would love to drop in from time to time to ensure that it keeps on in the same way.
There's plenty of trees here, Jacob. And I'm always
And a
happy to
temple to Mistra
help. True.
with its and teleportation circles. I'm sure we can pop back if needs be. And you all, you as well, Furball, have rooms in the castle if you need them. We are many miles
Nice.
from Silvercrest, from White Stag. In fact, some of you have never been to White Stag. This castle, if we wish, we can base ourselves here when we are not out adventuring.
Oh yeah. That reminds me. I think I still need to tell you everything that. This is a cue for DM.
Mhm.
Everything that Castor said to us after we delivered the ship, because I think we kind of skipped that bit.
Yeah.
A little bit.
So a few things would have come back from your various expeditions. Castor would have given either Mia or Tilly a official document of allegiance, i.e., that if they continue to trade, then it's like an open trade route, and if Silvercrest is in trouble, then Last Hollow will come, and vice versa. The distance between the two locations, and really the lack of industry in both locations currently, since the mine has been not very productive still over the past year.
God, we gotta add the mind to
I'm not letting you do the mine when you never do the mine for over a year and a half. So the mine's still not great in Silvercrest.
So good.
And obviously the Undercity is a productive place of like shipbuilding, but in terms of resources and raw materials, since relaxing the rules and the everything in that kind of the Savories kept going in the Undercity, it's become a bit less productive. So the detail in the alliance is more of a symbolic one. But certainly, if Last Hollow was to require investment or embark on a project that would produce many more resources, then Silvercrest would be happy to pay a good price for them.
Okay.
So it's like it's like a trade agreement with a view to hopefully increasing both cities' economic potentials.
Yeah, she would have. Tilly would have gotten to Jacob, probably through Nalo, because she was heading to Underdark at that time.
Mhm.
And as far as we made the decision, Jacob, to like what of the ship was purchased, or we just left it sort of up in the air.
We talked about it, but we hadn't made a decision. I think Jacob, anything. Obviously there was 7,000 roughly trade goods, and there was a lot of coins still. We would have sold items from the Eastern Isles to send back to Castor. And because I know Castor wanted a lot of trade, he wanted goods rather than money.
Yeah. So what you can do is you can add the gold value that was of the trade goods and whatever monies were on the ship. You can add that to Last Hollow's kitty. And now that you've got a trade agreement, you can invest, i.e., buy the goods to send back to Silvercrest. And in a year's time, I will give you a 50% return.
Cool.
So you can spend whatever of your kitty that you want, and you'll get another half of it back in addition to your original investment in 1 year's time.
Okay. Well.
So that was 38.5. right?
Kirsty?
I think.
Yeah,
I don't.
I found the message.
From what you put in the chat was 7k goods and 31.5k gold, so 38.5. 15, 19,000, 19k extra, 19k 250 gold profit. On that would be 50%.
Well, before we talk about investments, let's take off whatever was in the boat off Last Hollow's kitty. So Gareth, I think you're going to have to be in charge of doing
Last Hollow's kitty.
Last Hollow's money. So you should still have the total kitty. Just take off whatever was on the boat, which is what was it, Mir?
7k worth of goods.
Okay. And then you can decide as Lord of Last Hollow how much to invest back into Silvercrest. You'll get a 50% return in 1 year's time. So you should just declare how much you're investing and what the total kitty of Last Hollow will be at this point, having made that investment.
Okay. So, what's up, Kirsty?
I was going to ask, did we get paid?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
I was going to bring that up as well.
Because 38.5k we give back to Castor in like combination of goods and whatnot.
So Jacob would have bought the whole thing. He would, at this point, if it hadn't been done before, he would say that you, Starseekers, you liberated this city. Therefore, all I can do is you have some items that you retrieve during the adventures, but I'd say maybe a small amount of money to reward your efforts as well. 15,000 each.
Oh shit.
That's pretty significant.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
I'm tracking all this.
Okay. So after everybody's taken their cut and you've invested, you need to tell me how much you're investing back in Silvercrest and then what your total kitty is at the end in Last Hollow.
So we would invest, probably considering the sums that Jacob has, probably invest 100 grand in Silvercrest.
Okay. That is a significant investment.
Yep. But that would leave Last Hollow with a kitty of 132,000.
Is that after everybody's been paid?
It's after everyone's been paid.
Okay, that's a lot.
Because there was 299,000 worth just from what we basically took from Jadena.
Yeah,
that's what I've got in my notes at the end of that session.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've got a spreadsheet where I'm tracking it.
Yeah. So you basically 20% of all of that is what we split for our personal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
makes sense.
20% commission. That's pretty decent.
Very generous, Lord of Last Hollow.
and not to.
Had you not liberated the city, there would be no city to liberate. They had it under their boot. There would be no gold had you not rescued it.
Not to sound greedy, but like we should be getting money from Castor as well for this mission, right? Because he gave us less money and we brought him more money. Because on the way we discovered a loot that we added to the ship. That was kind of, and we made him profit, right? So there was that's a job, right? He was gonna give us something for that, right? No? Yes.
He also gave us a ship.
Was it an unpaid mission?
He did give you the ship.
It's ours to keep.
Sure.
Oh, sorry. I thought it was. I returned it to him, and
Yeah. Well, it's yours to do with what you want.
Ship is worth a lot. That's pretty good payment.
So, I mean, I'm happy with it. I'm not gonna complain. But like, what was it doing for the last 12 months?
Making the way back from Last Hollow.
Gotcha.
Also,
so
even if we teleport around everywhere and stuff, the fact that we've got a ship, we could we could send the crew out doing stuff. We could, we can still
Mhm.
use it.
It's not in Last Hollow; it's in Silvercrest. So you took the journey back, and then Tree teleported back, didn't you?
I did, and then you said it spent the rest of the year coming back. No.
No one. No. Yeah. I'm assuming Lash and a few crew members of the reason Lash is here in some of the crew will be because this is kind of where they're based now. They spent a lot of time here, and obviously Lash will have agreed to have joined you here at this meeting.
I'm just saying, if I arrived at Silvercrest after what did we say, 3 months, and Castor said like this ship is yours, as in like Star Seekers, then I guess I would have like spoke to Nalo and whatever, and like to ask the team what we want to do with this ship. Is just be sat there for the 7 months, or that's why I asked.
Yeah, but you've already spent the time like telling me what you wanted to do, and it wasn't bring the ship back again.
No, I wouldn't be on it. I'm just saying, like,
exactly.
whether we.
So that's where it is. If you're not on it, and it's yours, then it's where you left it.
It's been like people pay a silver piece to go on and like it was like a tourist thing.
Yeah.
Well, that's what they did with Lucian Broadgrove's ship before it was
and we
raised out
we
of the
destroyed it. So maybe that's what it is. We temporarily turned it into tourist attraction in Silvercrest.
Yeah.
Ship has seen some cool shit.
Yeah, it has.
Legit.
And it survived a lot of shit. So if you want to install it as a tourist attraction, that could make you income. And if it's been doing that for the best part of 9 months, instead of a reward from Castor, because that was the mission, then I would like Tilly, since you sailed it all the way back there, you can roll me a D100.
Can I make a suggestion what we could have potentially done with the income? Smoke wouldn't have been there, so it's just a player suggestion. What if the profits from the ship being a tourist attraction, we gave it to Freddie during that, because he's for that whole year he was funding his research.
100%. Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Okay, so I will add some cash to Freddie's kitty based on 7,500 gold.
That's a good money.
Yeah.
People have come from all around.
Exactly, it's a very popular attraction. 75.
Mithril sales and all that.
Exactly.
Breaking.
Okay, there is something else with breaking, but I'll just I will say that Jacob, since you sent back a prisoner to Grimshackle, you would have received a Galder's speedy courier. And yeah, something would have come back to you. But we will find out what after the break.
Nice.
Dum dum dum.
All right. See.
gather near and bend your ear for a tale our tongues to wag. For she who'd led us towards the light, the ballad of the white stag. Chairwoman sat at her desk one day while the rain came down so hard. She made 5 white stags who brought the sunshine back, and she made them all town guards. She was crossed by a gnome who armed some bombs that would make the dogs into a pond. But the stags were too wise for the tiny gnome, and they sent him back to Gond. So come gather near and lend your ear for a tale our tongues to wag. For heard we not had stayed the night, the ballad of the white stag. She roused her men at the feasting hall, and she took the stags to the city wall. With a lightning strike and a nasty fall, the chairwoman saved us all. When the nightfall came and the chanting stopped, and I nearly spilt my drink, for in the dark with Mistress' aid, she turned the walls to pink. So come gather near and bend your ear for a tale our tongues to wag. Thought heard we not had stayed the fight, the battle of the white stag. Now the chairwoman wields her family sword, and her brother wears a mask for the forgers' guilds and traders too. There's not too much to ask, so come gather near and lend your ear for a tale our tongues to wag. You better tip your glass, 'cause she saved our ass, the battle of the white stag. So come gather near and lend your ear for a tale our tongues to wag. You better tip your glass, 'cause she saved our ass, the battle of the white stag. Hey ho!
Welcome back. It's Bard College again. Did you know that we break for 20 minutes after about 40 minutes to an hour of play every Wednesday? You hopefully do, because we're pretty religious. Anyway, we left when official allegiances and alliances had been ratified and finances had been invested, and it was, we've basically gone up to meta D&D economics play now, which everybody loves to play D&D for. That's what you really high level players, what it's really all about. However, Jacob, this would be Galda's speedy courier. I will put the spell up in the description just because I think it's awesome. Whoops. Display. Oh no, that's whispering to myself. Hold on. There you go.
Oh wow.
So this small air elemental, if it says when you cast this spell using an 8th level spell slot, you can send the chest to a creature on a different plane of existence for you. The way I'm interpreting this spell, this air elemental has travelled to you, across from Grimshackle Prison, and it's brought with it a little chest, 3 by 3 feet, and having been named, that speedy courier comes to you with this floating chest, and it happens during the meeting. So yeah, there's just, as you sat there, this just kind of floating. You see this kind of like vague silhouette of an outline of an elemental creature, just kind of waiting silently as your kind of clothes ripple the closer he gets to you.
I look at the chest.
Mm-hmm.
It says in the spell description that I'm made aware before it chooses whether I choose to open it or not.
Yeah, it's floating there in front of you, and there is an insignia on the chest from Grimshackle Prison, so it's obvious where
Then
it's
I
from.
would open it.
Okay, roll a dexterity now. There are 2 things inside. One looks like a stone, a pebble, and the other is a conch.
Okay. Is the stone? I'll take them both out and look at them.
Mm-hmm.
Stone. Is it a Jacob's first thought, considering he did have one once upon a time? Well, this is a sending stone.
It looks like a very similar size to the sending stone that you had, but it's definitely not the same stone.
No. What do we think? Stone? Conch? Mir, is this a you thing? Conch? It's come
Who's that
from
kid?
You're
You're muted,
Kirsty.
Kirsty.
She said she didn't know, but she can find out, and I'll use my staff to cast Identify on them.
On both? Yeah, then you find that one is sending stone and the other is a conch of teleportation.
Is that real?
Mm.
Oh wow! Let's have a look at conch of teleportation. Yep.
Post it.
Yeah. 1 second.
An ordinary, albeit rather large, conch shell that has been inscribed with a rune. As an action, you cast a teleport spell by blowing into it, and the destination is fixed, so there is no chance of a mishap.
Ooh.
Once per day, free teleportation.
To a specified location.
Hmm.
Does
Taking
the
the
identifier reveal what location, or are we about to fuck around and find out?
Where do you think it goes?
White
Grim
Stag.
Shackle.
Yeah, White Stag Citadel, Grimshackle Prison. Yeah, we can say that it reveals that.
Hmm. That's-
Looks like someone is determined to get a hold of you, Jacob.
It would appear so. I'll grasp the.
New stone, who this?
Yeah, basically
Mm-hmm.
receive.
This stone folds in half. It's like a new model.
Receive the stone. Silas, is this you?
Okay, casting send into
Yeah.
Silas. Okay.
Yeah, well, to whoever's got the other stone. How can we be of assistance? Please reply, Jacob.
Please reply to this message.
You're gonna reply to the message.
Do, 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 do.
A few moments go by. Jacob. You sent me precisely one prisoner since you left. I expected a lot more. Have you been executing them all on site? This might provide an easier way to get back here, should you ever feel the need to visit. Oh, I don't know, on the 7 extremely dangerous... And then it runs out of...
Eee.
Who was
Um,
that?
It was Silas. He's provided a way for us to visit the prison when we want. He's berated us for the lack of prisoners we've sent, and says we may want to visit something about 7 very dangerous. And then the message ended, but I suspect the next word was mirrors.
Oh, the infamous mirrors you've been talking about.
The last time we spoke to him,
Well, the world changed, Mia.
it's true. But we don't know for sure that it's completely back to what it was.
No, but we know that some things have changed, and some things that were are no longer, and some things that changed.
Shall we just go?
When- I think so. Well, it's going to take me some time to get used to this conch thing, so let's finish our meal and then go after the meal.
I'm full right now. I got appetite for something else, and Silly's gonna pull out a wooden pipe that's pretty big, and she's gonna start stuffing it with some sort of a herb. And as she does, she also pulls a little pouch from her bag that when she opens it, like a cold mist comes out of it, and she puts her hand in it, puts out a little pouches like little dried mushroom. She kind of sprinkles on top.
The balcony's over there if you wish to smoke.
Yeah, you can't smoke that shit in here.
And
The no smoking establishment.
and then she says, "Could anyone care to join?" She looks at like Lash.
Yeah. Lash stands up, looks relieved, as if she's got an itch that needs scratching.
Yeah, and I'll take it outside. It's a mild narcotic. It's sort of weed level.
Smoke has a flashback of paranoia and vampires and social anxiety of being overwhelmed
So you obviously
at the ball.
So you obviously join.
No way. I'll just have a more wine.
Yeah, she'll have a break.
Yeah. I imagine it'd just be a bit of short, small talk. mechanically Jacob's attuning to the conch.
Okay. Yeah, Lash goes out to the balcony. Is this, Lucas, just... is this one of the magic items I've given you, or are we just talking flavour now?
No, complete flavor.
Yeah. I was
She
just stressing.
she smokes weed openly now.
Mm-hmm. Devil root.
Yeah, sure. Sounds excellent. In small quantities, she knows exactly how to use it. So she's so yeah, she will light it up and take a big drag and pass it to Lash.
She just takes this stuff, and she like gives it a real good inspection. And she just leans down and says, "Don't let anyone on the crew ever see you do this."
It's very good for you in the right quantities, Lash. It's fine. It just relaxes me, and stops you thinking about stuff.
Who
You
did you
seem
get
like-
this from?
Oh,
Where are they? Oh, I'm sorry, the paranoia is setting in.
you've only had one drug. Maybe just stop on that one.
The orcs are particularly susceptible to certain kinds of medications.
Oh, Lash, put your clothes back on, please. We're outside. It's cold.
She throws Tilly off the balcony. Okay, so after a little bit of R&R, taking in a few different desserts, coffees, you all feel like ready to take in an evening of revelry, or indeed reconvene in the kind of war room and do some planning. What would be the want of the party, or indeed depart and fuck off to the White Stag Citadel? What are you doing?
I think in that time we probably just to kind of speed through some of it. Tilly would remind everybody about like that thing that we were asked to do a year ago, and she showed them she still has the stone, and like refresh everybody's memory about the Prince Leva. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The City of Brass, yes. We also, as we mentioned before, Lone Spell and Tara, and as our quartermaster of White Stag has just reminded us, the mirrors are a thing that we have to deal with too.
I was hoping we'd revisit that.
I think before we visit the mirrors again, last time we closed the mirror, we had the amulet and the method of locking it. The amulet I took was stolen by Vida. I think if we wish to go and do that again, we will have to seek a new amulet.
Oh, Mir told me that story. It's the one that you gave to her, right?
Was that or die? I'm sure
Oh,
you
yeah.
made it.
I remember that. It's a good story.
I think if we wish to do the mirrors, we should visit Vade Mecum. His adopted parents may have some knowledge of it. Or perhaps Freddy himself does, back in Silvercrest.
I'd really like to see them though. Like, they sound amazing.
The mirrors?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we should go to Grimshackle, but The question is, do we wish to go to the city of Brass first?
Well,
What's
maybe
more important?
maybe we should send a message to the prince and just like tell him, because we don't really have a way to get there, do we? If we wanted to, I know that Mir knows all cool magic about planes and stuff, but I think you need to have something from a target plane, right? You used that
Mhm.
before, yeah.
Is that stone from the target plane, Tilly?
I don't think so. Maybe he gave it to me as like he said, "Hit me up," you know. That's all he said.
Method of communication, then.
It's just a piece of coal, really. I thought he was giving me a naughty gift, for
Well, you've
Winter's
just seen
Crest,
me.
but
Sometimes stones, holes of sending stone, aren't what they first appear.
well, yeah, I mean, cool.
Give him a call.
What should I say?
Does he still need our help?
Okay. Oof. This is gonna be okay. Yeah, sure. I'll hold the stone and try to concentrate on it. And
You realise after a couple of minutes that you're holding on to a fig.
a fig. Whoa. This doesn't look like it did before.
You still feel the weight of the sending stone in your pocket.
I'm gonna. Oh, right.
You're high and uncoordinated.
Yeah, no, that's great. I try to eat the imaginary fig before biting my finger and realizing.
Oh no, it's a real fig. Just looked a bit like a stone on the
Gotcha.
table.
Gotcha. Thought it was hallucination. So she kind of takes it out and sees if it's possible to send a message. So like she never done this before. So I guess like, how do you do it again, Jacob? Do you just do you press a button?
You just hold the stone and you will a message through the stone.
Okay.
Concentrate on it and speak in your mind what you want to send. Should we be letting the stoned person send the message?
Hey,
Yeah.
Prince Lever. This is Tilly from the Starseekers. Sorry, I'm a bit late. Do you still need the help?
A few moments go by, and there's no immediate response.
Mm-mm.
I think it just like maybe he just took the message. He'll listen to it later or something. It
That's
didn't
not
work.
how they work.
Do you want to try? Maybe I'm doing something wrong, Amir.
Can you use them more than once a day?
Not normally.
As you're about to hand off the stone. Ah, my halfling friend. It has been some time. If you are still in Last Hollow, I can send for you this very evening. If you are not, please give the new Lord Lecheria my regards next time you see him.
Oh, okay. So he's replied. He said he can send for us if we're in Last Hollow. I'm not sure what that means. He wanted to. He says hi, Jacob. yeah. I don't know if I can reply again, but what if I try? What do I say? Do we go see the mirrors first? We can. The place we're going, right? Does it have trees nearby? Could we come back here?
White Stag.
Oh,
Yeah,
Grimshackle.
it's on the edge of the woods.
Okay. So we could go see the mirrors come back?
We could, or we could see if you can send a message now and go to the city of
Take him
Brack.
up on his offer.
Okay. Okay. I don't know if it's gonna work, but I'm gonna try to send another message back and say, we're in Last Hollow. Is this evening already? Or are we talking a few hours?
Yeah, it's like late afternoon, early evening now.
Yeah. We're in Last Hollow enjoying a nice meal at Castle Lecheria. Come join us. But I don't know if it's going to work.
You can make an Arcana check. You have no idea. You are off your box.
It worked. I'm sure he's gonna. I'm so thirsty.
Just keep listening.
Good idea.
Lash leans into you, Mayor. I told her to take it easy.
Your pupils are huge too.
Hopefully I'm handling it better than she is.
Yeah. Guess she's only little.
Anyway.
You hear anything?
Nope.
Well, we've told him now, so I guess we have to stay. Just in case it went through.
I guess
Anyone
so.
got anything else they want to accomplish within the castle?
I just asked Jacob just during the course of all this. So now that you're a Lord of Last Hollow, is there a champion of the guard in your absence? A fine warrior, general of your forces?
I have a council to run the city. There are several people in charge. For the guard, which is no longer the Dragon's Bane, is now the Revenant Guard. You may know them, Mara and Wesley. The two of those you rescued from beneath the city. And now the champions of justice and honor for the city.
I'd like to meet with them. One must make sure in peace times that you spend the time to sharpen your swords.
From over your shoulder, it seems that Ashdane was eavesdropping, and he nods. And a servant goes out of the main door and returns with Revenant Guard Wesley Greenlight. Yuan T visibly looking very similar to Jacob. But yeah, the Revenant Guard seem to wear this like teal, almost emerald color sash across half plate armor. They don't look as fancy as the Dragonbane Guard. There's no gold trim, and they all have hoods. It seems as though the hoods were a choice to kind of make some of the senior Revenant Guard, who are all UNT, a little bit more inconspicuous and less obvious. But one of them steps forward, and Wesley takes his hood down. Smoking Mirror, it's been some time.
Yeah, shake his hand.
cold scale and grips you stiffly. He's trying to make a good impression.
It's good to see you well. Hoping as part of my new visit in Last Hollow, I might be introduced to the guard and militia here.
Many of the town's guard are the same, honest men and women. The Dragon's Bane Guard was part of the seed of corruption that was allowed to bloom too long in the Overcity. And many of them are new recruits. You do well to put them through their paces, Smoke and Mirror. Come and visit the Revenant camp. Be more than welcome to spar or show them some of your more advanced techniques.
And I'd like to see some of yours also. Perhaps if we have time this evening, we can make a visit, although it appears I'm overhearing now about the message going out to the prince.
Mm-hmm.
We may yet have other business.
Oh, whenever the time suits you, Captain. And with that, he steps backwards away from the table into a shadowy corner, and he seems to disappear entirely.
Impressive.
Yes, they have done much to rehabilitate the image of the guard in Last Hollow. Quite a few changes. Ellie is now the Chamberlain. And Smoke, you remember Naeen's girlfriend, Laika?
Of course.
She is the historian here in the castle.
Historian of all things.
Also, it turns out she is my cousin.
Very well. Impressive.
So there is now a group of people here who can run the city in my stead and make sure that it is safe and honourable and protected from the machinations of the less savoury members of my family.
That's great.
Ashdane interjects, well, unless you have any half-brothers or sisters that we've yet to discover, then I'm sure Last Hall will be quite safe from another revolution, my lord.
Anybody would know if my father had any other children, it would be you, Ashdane.
I think he's giving you the lip, Jacob.
That's the only thing he has left to do.
Oh, Wesley looks good. He's considerably less stiff than the last time I've seen him.
The city has changed. It's much more welcoming. There are no orphans on the street. They are... Smoke, you came in via the West Gate, I think?
Indeed.
So you will have gone past... you will have gone past the Woodgust camp then.
I didn't have much time to give my attention to it. But yes, I believe we walked past that way.
You would have heard the children, if nothing else. A safe place for children to grow up and be children.
That's so good.
A great change indeed to this place.
As Ellie would tell you, me, her, and Kit and Quest spent a lot of time in an abandoned warehouse. And no longer. So
There's
yes.
a great deal of wealth and goodness that needs to be protected here, Jacob.
I think with Ellie and the others, I have that fallback so we can go and finish what we started.
Making the world better, just one city at a time. I like it.
We did it with Silvercrest, we've done it with Last Hollow.
Let's keep doing that, Jacob.
with that, Ashton and a few servants like bend down and like clear away like the final course, and you see Ashton nearly throw up in his own mouth as he marches off back to the kitchen.
He doesn't like you. Just, this guy doesn't like you at all.
No, he doesn't.
But you made him work for you.
He's too dangerous to be let free. He hasn't done anything that warrants his execution. So he is
That's funny.
kept in the castle where he may be of some use. He knows a lot of the secrets of Last Hollow even now.
What's his title? Chief Sarcastic Officer? No, not funny. All right.
General Dog's Body, I think. But no,
with that, a servant drops a teacup on the way past and then quickly picks it up and scurries past.
So, do you wish to retire and wait for a message? I don't think that Stone has sent a second message. I know this one, my one, only could send once per day. It resets at dawn.
So we wait. Yeah, well, we can rest, and I'll send another message in the morning.
Yes.
Cool.
Good plan.
It's a good plan. I'm gonna go for another smoke before bed.
Okay.
Make sure you don't smoke too much. And Jacob signals a servant to keep an eye on her.
The servant nods and shows you back onto the balcony where the thick smell of devil root and tobacco still lingers. Make a perception check, Tilly. Okay. With a 13, you are taking in the majestic view of the sun setting on the horizon across to the west. It looks beautiful as the light reflects off the sea. You hear the majestic bird call of the kind of tropical fauna that inhabit the surrounding jungles and some of the tiny uninhabited islands just half mile to a mile out to sea. As the sun begins to set, you see 5 shapes flying in a formation. With a 13, they don't look like birds. They're traveling very quickly.
Looking at that, at her pipe, at that, at her pipe, and then puts the pipe away, cleans it.
Mm-hmm.
She pokes her head in. Is there? Everybody else went to bed, or?
It's not quite that late. The sun's just going down.
Okay, they're finishing. She just poke her head in and say, something's flying here, and looks like smoke. Maybe you can see better. And she disappears off back to the balcony.
Yeah, if I hear that, I'll go out.
Yeah,
and look.
let's go.
Huh? What was that noise?
Huh?
Waft,
Oh,
waft the smoke.
Must have been the wind.
Must have been the wind.
Yeah, you come out. You can make a perception check there, Smoke, if you want.
Perception. 8.
Woof.
Smoky out here.
Yeah, it is smoky.
Sorry about that. It should clear in a minute. Just don't breathe too deeply. It's fine.
What are we looking at?
Oh, look over there. You see those dark shapes? the too organized.
Hearing nothing from them, can Jacob step out and mutter if you want a job doing?
Well, Smoke's just focusing on them. Smoke
I
with an
would've-
8.
Sorry, what did I see with an 8?
With an 8, you see the formation that Tilly is pointing out. But where would Smoke's mind go if he saw 4 or 5 shadows flying in formation, getting bigger?
Yeah, these could be wyverns. These could be. Well, at this point, there's a great number of things that it could be, which are reason enough for concern. So just hearing the fact that there's flying creatures in formation, I would have immediately gone out, and I'll probably, if Wesley's still around, I'll grab him and ask him to. I'll inform him of what's going on and ask him to identify them.
You pop your head back in and look around for the incumbent Dragonsbane guard, and when you stick your head back out onto the balcony, he's there, stood on the balcony, already kind of looking out, kind of like clearing the smoke. Yeah, he got a natural 20 on this perception check.
Nice.
So he wafts a bit of the smoke and then hands you a spyglass.
Yep.
Take a look, Captain.
We're gonna use gust cantrip a few times to make sure it's all gone.
The
That's
way he
helpful.
said that kind of sounded like he knew what it was.
Yeah,
So
with an
it
actual
seemed
20, he's
cool.
pretty sure.
I'll have a look.
With the spyglass, you can see 5 flat objects that seem to ripple in the wind as if material was flying towards you.
Fucking flying carpets. That's great. I dig that.
Indeed, after a few minutes, each of them touch down on the balcony and kind of drift into the main hall and then just drop as if disanimating in 5 separate spots in the hall.
This is new.
you Smoke. Are you seeing carpets that just landed on the floor?
Yes,
checking.
Tilly, it's
Yeah.
not the devil's
Okay.
root.
Okay. Yeah. No, just checking. That's pretty cool. So is no one's on them, right?
No one's on them.
We've never seen these
Flying
before.
carpets? I don't
No,
think so.
I'm looking in puzzlement towards Mia and any other spellcasters in the room. Tilly's already
Main
obviously
stories.
hasn't made much sense of it yet, so
Tilly's poking one of them and like trying to see if it's like soft and
Oh, it's really luxurious.
I don't know. He said he can send for us. Is that what you think he meant?
Perhaps. Sorry, 1 second, guys.
Seems like it. 4 of us there.
There's 5 carpets, right?
We can bring a guest. Oh,
Oh no,
Tisha.
he thought Tisha was with us. Well,
should we bring sunshine?
we maybe.
Where are we going?
The hell!
Where was he from? He was from. Oh wait, not your Reem, I think. No, it was.
actually, Sunshine, if we're going to be away this evening, I'd like you to stay here.
Sure, we've been traveling for pretty much the entire year without much of a break. I'm happy to stay.
While you're here, speak with Wesley and visit the Dragonsbane Guard. Try to inspire them with some tales of the Starseeker's heroics. And take notes on how formidable they seem, and organized.
Do you want me to do this surreptitiously or overtly?
You're twice as good at listening as you are telling tales. You'll know what to do.
And then he looks confused.
2 ears, 1 mouth.
I think I get it.
You could also check on Traz from time to time. That I would greatly appreciate it, Sunshine.
Sure. He looks fine right now. And you just see Traz has got like a massive food baby and he's like falling asleep in his chair with a big smile on his face.
He deserves a bit of happiness after, well, everything. Okay. Are we going? I hope they're like remotely controlled because I have no idea where we're going. That's gonna be funny.
Can I have a look at them and maybe do like an Arcana check or something to kind of see?
Yeah. Sure.
A 9.
These are magic carpets.
Oh, so magic! Wow.
Maybe you've had a
Mystery,
bit too
you're
much
so clever.
brandy.
Maybe. I say we just get on him.
And see what happens. Well, I've got all my stuff here. So I think
You're stepping on.
we go. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll get Humphrey to share a carpet with me.
Mm-hmm. So we've got Humphrey and Tilly, Mia, Smoke. Jackie, we getting on a carpet?
Jacob would, but after he'd send for Eleanor first, so he's not just vanishing.
Yes.
I imagine she'd arrive with his stuff, and then he'd get on a carpet.
Uh-huh. Are you bringing anyone with you on the 5th, or are you leaving it alone?
Ash.
You should probably load it up with some presents, right? We're going to a prince, you know? They are big on presents, I think, from what the stories I've heard. Just like something nice.
It's actually
You got
a good
anything?
idea. Interplanar relations and all of that.
He's actually from this plane, I think, but like he wants us to go to another. But I don't know. It's been a long time, and I'm a bit sleepy. I'm gonna just take a nap, and she's gonna lie down on the carpet.
Humphrey lies down also after wandering around a couple of times and then rests on top of Tilly. And the carpet just kind of like crests the end, like over both of you, and then begins to hover gently.
Nice.
Taking anything? Following up on that idea?
We have some jewels. Maybe take.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be anything from the inventory. It can just be narrative, whatever. Come up with an idea.
We brought you a
Narrative,
pile
whatever.
of narrative, whatever.
Narrative,
Please.
whatever. Just come up with something. Something interesting. Maybe it's
want me
just
to
like
do that for you.
Maybe it's
It's
just
your
like
fucking idea.
No, I know. I mean, it's Jacob's castle. I'll come up with something if he wants me to, but like it's his castle. Maybe it's just like silverware from like this room, like from the.
I imagine the castle would have gifts for visiting dignitaries.
It's like a gift room, and it's all wrapped up, ready to go. I love it.
Little
bits of-
pamphlet. The history of Cerulea Castle.
Thinking
Key
more
ring,
like
fridge
well,
magnet.
specific items that are unique to Last Hollow and its environs.
Such as?
And shoppings.
Yeah, particularly
Incense.
produce from the surrounding jungle. Some Probably some, considering the fishing, probably some sort of pickled or otherwise prepared fish product.
No, a hamper.
A hamper, but then also, well, a hamper
Cool
of stuff
idea.
from Last Hollow, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There's got to be
And
a
some
winery here. There's a Last Hollow wine.
Yeah,
Like,
and some
we're
and some
arriving in
wine.
the evening. That's
Yeah.
pretty good. Like,
Yeah, it was
Okay.
probably on the table. Just swipe it from there and
Deduct 20 gold from your inventory for a hamper full of amazing things.
add some incense, golden
done.
air, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, you each climb onto these magical carpets and they depart in a smooth
We take a
fashion.
lash or not?
I think
I
we
did- I
probably
did ask
leave
you.
Lash.
Yeah, I did say lash, and then nobody responded.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I missed that.
Someone needs to just make a decision.
I would say she stays.
Okay.
Just
So just the hamper on the last one.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. So you head down the coast toward the Vagabond Hills, and you airborne. It's quite chilly indeed in the springtime, and as you begin to speed up and ascend, I'm gonna have each of you make a Constitution saving throw. Okay.
Yeah.
We're so good.
So Jacob and Tilly, you guys fail. Mir and Smoke pass. Mir, you just passed with a 12. You guys take a level of exhaustion as you're hanging on while being extremely cold. It's the springtime. It's got this like biting wind that you're flying into, and you're going really, really quickly. I'm not going to make you make athletics checks to hold on because the carpets seem to respond. If you were to shift, the carpets shift with you and kind of keep you from falling off. They seem sentient almost. Extremely high level magical enchantment. However, nonetheless, it is freezing.
Which
and
still you can feel now.
yeah, exactly. So you'd be extra cold. Hold on.
But she's warm from all the drugs she inhaled. So hey.
As you get to the edge of the Vagabond Hills, you divert and kind of do a hard bank left towards the Narrows and past Granita Keep. Granita Keep is an old bastion, a relic of the settlement wars. You don't see much activity now as the sun is completely set. But you do see kind of like a few ballista, like old wrought iron weaponry mounted on a long stone wall that seems to be set into the Vagabond Hills. You also see like kind of jagged rocks out into the shore, waves crashing as the wind begins to pick up and the temperature drops even more. Just as you start to worry that there is a storm coming, each of the flying carpets begins to fly in a formation, and you all start circling one another, just going round and round and round, about 150 feet in the air. Is the closest you've been together as you start to kind of circle and close in.
I'm getting a bit nauseous here. Mir, what's going on?
I don't know either. Hold on. Can we see anything?
Yeah, you can make a perception or survival check.
Okay.
Oh,
Woof. 32.
crit.
Nice.
I think if you're exhausted, it's a disadvantage, is it, Tilly?
Oh, it would have been.
Yeah. But yeah, the crit for me. You start to like travel in this circle, and you start to like dip a little, and you see above that the wind is really starting to pick up, and the clouds are getting really dark above you.
Okay.
With a crit, though, this would seem unnatural to you, Mia.
I think this is it.
The weather is changing so rapidly that you get the impression it must be due to some kind of intervention or some kind of arcane design. And just as you're about to try and reassure everybody that you know this is probably supposed to happen, a bolt of lightning strikes in the middle of the circle, and you see it strike the water below you and kick up like a vortex of water that starts swirling into a tornado that's creeping up towards you.
I'm seeing some crazy shit right now.
It's real.
Well, but we're not there yet, right?
No.
As the vortex creeps high, the black cloud above begins to rumble and then dive into a vortex of its own, so the water and the cloud are about to meet as electricity starts to circle in the middle of where these 2 points are meeting, which is precisely in the middle of the circle where you all are. And just as you're nervous that something might happen, when both bits touch, a swirling portal opens around, and in the middle of the circle, where now planes seem to melt into each other, and you see daylight and darkness swirling around. In the middle, you see Genie. They are huge and partially elemental. Not like anyone that you know from back home, Mia. This genie seems empowered by storm magic of some kind, like a storm genie. Its huge blue form ripples with muscles that seem to crack and fizz with lightning. Lightning which seems drawn and anchored by these crackling eyes. And he bellows out in an inignorable tone, or an immutable tone. Prince Leva has sent for you. Welcome to Najarim. And he opens his arms up and claps his hands together, and the darkness and the storm are dispelled. And suddenly, you are bathed in light and warmth. Presumably, some time has passed. So you haven't been transported instantaneously, but you feel the dawn light coming from the east and the warmth of the sun on your faces. As you look around, the genie seems to have disappeared. And you are surrounded by desert.
At least it's warmer here.
This is gonna make our jet lag so bad. Are we still on the carpets, though?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Tilly's gonna hurl over the
each of the
badger.
carpets seem to bank in a particular direction and head in a straight line again, flying a bit lower to the sand this time. Whoever is leading, doesn't matter who, can make a perception check.
I'll do it. It's disadvantage. I don't mean to it. Big. Oh, damn it.
Oh, can I give you the thingy? Halfling lock? If we're close enough.
Sure.
So I don't want to do it again then, Dan.
Mm-hmm.
Just single roll. 22.
You grab onto the magical carpet and you are taken over the crest of a hill. And as you get a little bit of perspective now, you can see the Narrows to your left. It looks familiar. You see the kingdom of Queensferry on the horizon. But as you look to the right and you look down the sharp bank of sand, now you see the jewel of the Western Isles, Nazarim. And from overhead, I guess it would kind of look like this.
New maps.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Just zooming out so I can see the whole thing. That's
I've deliberately not done a key to this one to stop you from going, oh, I want to go here, I want to go there. So,
Yeah.
I want to go everywhere.
but yeah, you see basically a sandstone town or city that has cropped up in an oasis. An oasis that is surrounded by the desert sands that you can see for hundreds of square miles. This would be a very barren part of the Isles were it not for this exquisite looking city that the magic carpets are now flying you all towards. You can see kind of red rock casts and sandstone jutting out from this like dipped and defensible area in the desert. If you were flying over the desert, this would be so easy to miss Nazarim, especially in a sandstorm, one of which you can see on the distant horizon back from when she came. And as you get closer, you can see that every pocket of space in this relatively small oasis, it's really not, in terms of square footage, it's not even really bigger than Silvercrest. But the artistry and care with which each building has been placed on top of each other around it is apparent. This is a real city of splendor. And from a spring in the red rock, which comes out just beneath this palatial-like structure, you can see like a series of aqueducts trying to bring the water around to as much of the populace as possible. You see other unusual kind of religious buildings, people dressed in mainly red robes, reds and browns, sapphires, yellows, blues, all different array of colours, and no real kind of discernible individual style. This seems to be a city for a free people who are free thinkers. And as you touch down in Fountain Square, the fact that you've touched down in 5 magical carpets doesn't really seem to cause much of a stir at all.
Like a taxi.
Yeah.
Service around here. This is gorgeous.
So beautiful.
Wow.
So warm.
You see in Fountain Square a long, narrow staircase up to what looks like it must be some kind of civic building. You see hooded people traveling with scroll cases and lockboxes, walking with scribes and squires who are following them around, taking their every note. Most people are wearing sandals and not much armor to speak of. I guess that is another thing that you would see. Virtually no city watch or town guard at all. See, everyone seems very relaxed. And yeah, there are a few people with offering like meager things in Fountain Square. You see someone giving a sermon. They look very, very passionate, stood on a soapbox, wearing no sandals and a like really tattered old maroon robe, tanned and cracked sunburnt skin. You see fruit sellers, but they all seem to be pretty much selling like the same 2 or 3 fruits. It seems as if though, not much lush vegetation grows around these parts, and everybody exists on a very similar diet. Yeah, and to that end, the people here are thin and wiry, but completely adjusted to the sun. Many of them walking around with face or head coverings, walking around barefooted. Yeah, well, who wants to do what?
I'd quite like to listen in to a bit of the sermon, if possible.
Sure. As you walk over, this old man, human, in his late 70s, balding on top and his kind of like wiry beard that curls around in lots of different directions. And he has kind of one big, huge brass nose ring. And he is foretelling the doom of Zastam. The old Thayans, they know not what awaits them beyond the boundaries of the Forgotten Realms. Here in Najarim, we can continue our studies unharried by the old red wizards. Liberate your brothers and sisters. Tell them of the Jewel of the Isles. Bring them here so they can start anew. And Zastam's fate will one day be sealed.
Ooh. Do I know that name? Zastam?
You can make a history check. It's real high DC, though.
Okay, cool. I got a -1 on history. 16.
I don't know. Zastam might be a mage or something.
No. Okay. I'm just going to listen along while I...
He kind of... it's almost like he carries on this gentleman without expecting many people to listen to him. And then he notices you listening and he starts to almost address you directly. Ah, a spellcaster, a student of the arcane. I know a practitioner whenever I see them.
Am I that obvious?
You're carrying around a divination scepter. It's obvious. Tell me, with whom to whom am I speaking? I have never seen someone with such pearlescent skin here in these parts before.
My name is Mir.
Mir. Very short. I like it. And he kind of bows and takes his hood off. And you can see like arcane tattoos on his neck.
I'll bow back. say. I'm from Sargrangula on the Plain of Water.
Sargrangula. We do not have much to do with the water plane here in Najarim, but we do excel in extraplanar travel. I'm sure you will find people who've been there and can. Have you searching for someone you've lost, a loved one, perhaps?
We're here to see the Prince Leva.
Ho, 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 ho. The Prince, indeed. I should have known he sent another of a collection of his magic carpets. Levakoth Agrimentalis is nothing but a showman. But at least you will stay in good comfort during your time here.
What's your name?
My name is Eldebai. Eldebai. Just Eldebai. It's fine. I'll put his surname in. I bailed out of trying to pronounce it.
I only did my first. Oh, yeah. Oh, Eldebai. Eldebai. It's a pleasure to meet you, Eldebai. I hope we'll bump into you again.
Just hope you don't bump into one of the red wizards. They cast their jealous eye across the sea of swords towards the Jewel of the Isles here in Najarim.
I'll be careful.
And he just goes off on one again about, carrying on with his sermon, foretelling the dangers of Thayan wizards and their existential threat to Najarim.
I'll give him like a nod and then turn back to my friends.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think we should probably go visit Alice.
Okay.
Sure.
Tilly would be very interested immediately in the food they're selling. So she immediately, as Mir was listening to the sermon, she'd go to the thingy and buy a bag of each fruit to try. She's
three things: mango, papaya, coconut.
Of course. That's it. Yeah. I guess probably at least one of them she hasn't tried before. Let's say she's never tried papaya. Maybe it's a bit more difficult to transport. So yeah, she's definitely gonna buy a bag of fruit, and she's very interested in the local vegetation as well. Like she sees these gardens are like cultivated, right? So she's kind of quite interested in checking the local fauna and hug a palm tree, that sort of thing.
You approach the seller and buy a selection of fruits. I'm going to ask you to deduct 5 gold pieces, which is a lot for some fruit.
Oh yeah, if she wasn't
extremely expensive here.
Yeah, if she wasn't totally loaded because of Jacob, she'd care. But yeah, she's.
Smoke will be there too, and take all 3 fruits and make light work of them.
Yeah, absolutely. She's gonna share the bag and give some to Humphrey as well. Make sure he's not running away and.
Is it 15?
Yeah.
Just 5 for the lot is fine.
For like a portion.
Yeah, I've taken care of it, John. That's fine. And yeah, are these just a question for the future, just to make sure, are these palm trees big enough for a future transport via plants or not?
These ones in particular in the square, they're not actually that big. The further away you get from the water source, and the fountain is like purely decorative, the smaller the trees get. So yeah, this one wouldn't be appropriate.
Okay, she'll be on a lookout for one. She always is anyway. So
Mhm.
you can let me know if she sees one close by. But yeah, she'll turn back to Jacob and say, "Do we?" Actually, after hearing this, she might just turn back to the fruit seller and say, like, "Could you point us towards the palace, please?"
He like gives you a wry head tilt and just points up at the big wooden bridge going across the whole square to an archway in the
She's
right.
still completely like stoned right now. So she's like, okay. We can go.
Okay. So if you're all going, the carpets all like roll themselves up and seem to dart off in a random direction. All kind of go into like separate jobs.
Ubers.
Yeah, exactly. And you go up this huge stone column. And you see now that even this walkway has got like 3 different levels to it. The very, very top level seems to be people walking at a very leisurely pace, like taking in the view, very kind of social. The mahogany stained wood underfoot is really warm and nice, and you get this kind of like really pleasant like incense smell coming out of the like decorative plants that every like 15 or so feet are on this walkway. Underneath, if you look over, you can see people in a much more hurried state, like to and fro in like carts of produce, of merchandise. You see like dyes and spices all being like hurried underneath and out of view. Like I said before, every bit of space has been tried to be used as efficiently as possible. And actually, in Najarim, it seems that there's a big preference for moving like underneath each other and keeping in the shade. But yeah, as you get to the archway, you see 2 huge statues. One seems to be of a genie, similar to the one that you saw, like huge rippling muscles, kind of coming out of the bottom of the statue. Like a lamp. And on the other one, you see a very similar looking being. Mia, you would recognize this straight away, as would anyone who was on the adventure in Sargrangela, because that's an Ifrit, another type of genie, but one that's from the plane of fire.
Cool.
As you walk through the archway, the statues of both the genie and the Ifriti had like turned to look at you and just observe your passage into the palatial grounds.
Oh wow.
So not statues.
That's what they look like.
Billy's tripping again.
To the left, you see this fortress-like structure bedecked in fineries. These kinds of golds, reds, and blues, all in kind of like different bunting and stuff like that. You also see that the outside the front of the palace, there seems to be like a natural spring that's bubbling up literally in front of the palace doors. And there are a few revelers kind of in various states of undress, just literally like having a casual swim outside the front of the palace.
Cool.
They don't seem to pay you any mind, as they seem to be in various states of intoxication.
Amazing.
And yeah, you see before you this large, maybe 35 feet tall, double wooden door with two huge brass rings on the front.
Jacob, dare you
Yeah.
to pick that? Dare you to pick that door?
I mean, it might not be unlocked. It might not be locked.
They're huge. Imagine the size of the picklocks you'd have to have for that.
Jacob walks up to the door and sort of uses the things to knock on the door.
As you reach up to grab one of the knockers, they seem to melt together and transform into a tiger head. Smoke for a moment, it just makes you panic. The tiger head has glowing white eyes, and through the casting of a magic mouth spell, you hear, "Welcome to Najarim. I am glad you could make it to the jewel of the Western Desert and the scourge of Darkren. We are open to all visitors, including you." And it reapparates into a pair of door knockers, and the doors open. And as you walk in, you see, scantily clad revelers, white togas, other kind of fancy like capes, different kind of headdresses, masks. Everybody is just hanging out and having a good time as the smell of like hashish, orange, and other kind of like lavender perfumes kind of like fill the air. It's rich and intoxicating. It smells like one big Negroni in there, maybe.
I really, really love this place.
They certainly seem to know how to have a good time.
Well, yeah, but that's a good thing, right?
Yeah. It's been ages since we had a party.
Huh. Maybe we'll have the bit of time before we are off to hell, or something.
Wow. Yeah, we need to see what's going on.
Do you know the thought I had on the way in? Did you see, Jacob, did you see all these people with like, mage-looking people and with like scrolls, and there's like... I just had this thought that this is probably a place of great knowledge. Something we should introduce Freddy to.
Can you imagine Freddy if he'd spent any time here and had been exposed to the concoctions within?
Well, I don't know about that. He seems driven by a mission, people. That's not really conducive to
Perhaps
taking breaks.
if the mission goes well here, they would form good allies in the ongoing saga.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking. Last thing we left them with was be careful, because anywhere you can go that's like known to us might be a home to, you know who the.
Yes, I know what you mean, and you are correct. It might be a bit safer. Let's see if we can help them first.
Yeah, just a thought,
Out of nowhere, you observe this kind of a dark-skinned man who's maybe 5'6", a human being, wearing kind of like baggy white trousers that are cuffed at the ankle, gold shoes, and different kind of gold jewelry around his neck and his wrists. He has like a finely waxed dark mustache and curly hair that's tied back into a top knot. And it says to you, Jacob, your halfling friend urges caution in new places. She seems very wise. Welcome.
You can be.
Can I
Good
ask
to
the
be here.
nature of your visit here to Najarim?
I am Jacob the Chariot. This is Mia, Tilly, and Smoke, King Mira. We are the Star Seekers. We were sent for.
Your reputation precedes you, Starseekers. I am Adanja Stalos. Nice to meet you.
Cool name.
You are here on Prince Leva's invitation, that is correct?
It's true.
It is.
One of my carpets has brought a modest gift from your homeland, it looks like.
It's just a small
tried.
token of some of the unique offerings that Last Hollow has.
We didn't
And he
have much
he
time.
looks at it. The smile is still plastered on his face, but his eyes look a little bit more sympathetic. I'm sure your gifts will be most well received by the prince.
There's some biscuits in there. They're really delicious.
I'm sure they are, my young friend. I do not wish to anticipate the prince's business with you, and thus I will take you straight to him. Unless any of you are in need of rest, perhaps take in some of our hot spring waters, or maybe I could ask for one of our attendants to give you a massage.
This all sounds great.
Yes. Yes, so all of that? That would
Then please
you
take
sure?
the rest of the afternoon, and I will show the prince will get reacquainted with you in due course.
Awesome.
Amazing.
I'm
Please,
gonna find.
if you intend to stay here and accept the invitation, then do not wander from the castle grounds, from the palatial grounds. When you turned left past the statues, that is the outer. That is the boundary of the royal jurisdiction. We tend not to impose too many restrictions, but the prince likes his privacy and likes to acknowledge that of his guests as well.
Very well.
So yeah, you see this, marble stone floors, kind of archways with, various different balconies. People going about their business at a leisurely pace. People seem to come from, like I say, far and wide, just to take in a bit of R&R and reflect on. You hear conversations of philosophy, of magic, of political structures, of interplanar travel. It's highbrow without being high maintenance, if you like.
Nice.
Cool.
That sounds great.
What does anybody want to do?
I want to know what Smoke is gonna do. You gonna relax a bit?
Since we have some time, I'll maybe have someone assist in getting my plate armor off in this sweltering heat, and then I'll go to the spring. Since I've got the ring of water walking, I thought I might be able to I'll just kind of lie on the hot spring.
Sure.
With like a
Yeah.
cushion at the edge of it, and just relax.
Yeah, totally fine. For the gram.
yeah.
So yeah, Smoke takes in some time in the hot spring. What about Jacob? What are you doing?
Jacob is probably going to relax in a spring as well, or find a nice place to sort of keep warm and get over the chill from before.
Oh yeah, I'm going to say over the course of this afternoon of R&R, you can both remove your point of exhaustion.
Oh, fantastic! Though you might change
If you
your
are
mind.
relaxing.
You might, change. Yeah, she is, but probably the first thing she'll do is just find the nearest shisha with interesting smells and join the conversations of people, kind of indulging in the in those things. It's probably stuff that she never tried before. So yeah.
Yeah, okay, just make a perception check as you pull up a chair at this bit of shisha exchange. You see a turbaned man holding court with two gossiping women who seem to speak freely despite both of their mouths being covered with a veil. They speculate that Prince Lever has yet to take a partner, and why that might be. He's been courting for a couple of years, and I think both of them at one point say they've had an interaction with him where they were given the cold shoulder, as it were. And then another one says that romance does occasionally blossom in the upper echelons of Cerulea, and even heard about a wedding coming up in Menelambir.
Oh, yeah, cool. She joined the conversation, sort of just interested, but she doesn't know a lot, so she doesn't contribute much, but she definitely tries to, get that information, especially, I mean, she knows very little about Melanambir, but that's where the sort of high elves are, which might all be snakes, right? That's kind of what she knows in her head. Possibly. So she'd be like, yeah, who's that getting married over there? That sounds super dope.
Oh, it's no one in at the top of one of the noble families. That would be news on everybody's lips. I just think it's a baroness or some other minor holder of a minor station.
Oh, which one? Maybe I heard of her.
I'm going to roll a history, see if they've heard of her, or if she's just gossiping.
All right.
No, I can't recall. I mean, Menelambir is so far away, and the elves are all so incestuous, cousins marrying cousins, etc. It's hard to keep track of lineages these days.
Oh, yeah. You think it'd be okay if I let my dog take a bath, or?
One of the ladies audibly gasps, and the Sultan pets Humphrey. Better not let this one in the hot springs, I'm afraid. So, you could take him down the canal at the far end of the sewing streets.
I'll just get him a big bucket of cold water to drink. He'll be fine.
Please allow me, and the next to the shisha, you see a familiar-looking decanter that seems to pour water out of it when called for, just straight into a big bowl.
Nice. My friend's got one of those. Looks cool.
It's as if you just said that my friend's got like a nice dining room set. Like he just kind of looks like, okay, it's great.
Yeah. Cool.
That's
what she's doing.
Mia, what are you doing?
Maybe chill by the hot spring and watch, like, kind of lazily as smoke like lies on top. Smoke on the water. But then I'm going to go for a massage.
Okay. After having a short dip, you are taken into a massage parlor where it seems a lot of the patrons are talking business, trade. A lot of trade comes from interplanar, extraplanar places here. There are various routes in and out of Nazarim to the plane of fire. The plane of earth is particularly popular, given that that's where you can get the best jewels. There are also other places that are less well traveled. Some of the upper planes, Arcadia, people occasionally travel to from here, and even some of the lower planes, like Pandemonium. But only extremely niche, arcane investigations happen at those kind of more extreme ends of the planar spectrum. Most of the trade dealings go on around the Feywild, the Shadowfell, plane of fire, plane of earth are the main ones.
Okay. Right.
Make a perception or insight check, though.
All right. 28.
Okay. With a 28, it seems as though business is drying up from the plane of fire. It seems as though the prince does not command as much political sway as he once did, and many of the trade envoys that go to and from Nazarim and the city of Brass come a cropper, whether they go missing, they get arrested for spurious reasons, or they come back with less goods or funds than they intended to return with. There's just lots of disruption and problems between here and the city of Brass.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
She would listen in and like absorb some stuff, but also feel like this tiny afternoon is almost like a bit of a holiday. So I think she'd happily like switch off from it all and not want to hear it while she's getting like a massage.
Yeah. You see, like, there's a local newspaper here that kind of sums up a lot of the concerns that people are just parroting back and forth to each other, and you spy as much while you're kind of stopping your eyes from closing after like your second extended massage of the afternoon.
Do I have to pay?
Yes, you do. So just in tips, I mean. But yeah, you can decide how much to pay. You have no one's telling you how much.
Oh, I can't like watch to see how much everyone else is paying.
No, it's all done so discreetly.
Okay, well, a bag of fruit was 5 gold. So I'm gonna go for 100 gold. And put it down and immediately look at the person's face to see if they're like, whoa, or if they're like, uh-huh.
Okay, you can make another perception or insight check.
Another 28.
It's not the biggest tip they've had this week, but it's also not offensive.
Okay. I'll put down another 50 and smile and then go away.
Okay. You get the impression that adding a second bit was a bit more insulting than as if your lack of accustomed to this kind of transaction outed you as someone who isn't sure what's appropriate. But yeah,
Nobody likes a tourist.
Exactly. But yeah, there's not you dash before anybody makes an issue of it.
Right.
And after a few hours, you are reacquainted with Adanja Stalos. I'll just put that name in the chat in case you didn't get it.
I got it, but whether the spelling was right.
My friends, welcome back. You've been taking in the wonders of the jewel, I assume? Everything has been to your liking?
This place is awesome.
Tell me, do they not have these kinds of recreational activities, these kinds of attitudes towards taking the time? For if you never take time, then you can never have time. Am I right?
Maybe?
That sounds really wise. Look, we've not had a lot of time. We've constantly been running from one thing to another, and
The Starseekers have made quite a name for themselves in such a short time. Please know that here in the Jewel of the Western Desert, even though we have not benefited directly from your deeds, just the knowledge that there are heroes like you out there willing to do what is necessary to right the wrongs of the Isles brings us pause for appreciation. You are always welcome here in Najarim. The prince will receive you now. And he beckons towards an inward door. This one is brass entirely. It's got like silver rivets around the outside and looks extremely strong, as this is kind of like the inner sanctum of the palatial grounds. As the doors open, they glide along the marble floor almost silently, and you see a yellow golden carpet stretch out from the entranceway and go far back along this really, really long throne room, where you see a brass throne and a familiar-looking prince sat on it. Please, go in.
Go on, Tilly. You know him best.
Okay. I just hope. Oh, good. Okay. Yeah. I'm good. Don't worry. It's fine. And yeah, we'll go in and kind of slowly approach. And as I get close, she's gonna attempt what she thinks a royal curtsy should be.
Just make a performance check.
This is gonna go so bad, and I'm here for it. Yep.
You hear, while he's sat on the throne, he doesn't have to raise his voice, even though you are probably about 50 or 60 feet away from him as he kind of sits atop this precipice of marble and brass. You kind of make this awkward ducking motion repeatedly towards him, like a chicken clucking at some feed on the ground. But you hear in his ear, "My halfling friend, you need not lower yourself to such gestures. Please, approach me."
Okay. I'm sorry. Yeah. She will. She
Mhm.
will get closer and.
As you begin the extended climb towards the throne, a couple of servitors kind of beckon the rest of the party up behind you. And now you see Prince Leva up close. What you thought were two burning torches either side of his brass throne are his fire elemental accomplices.
Yeah.
He has
No.
this kind of sleeveless purple leather waistcoat embroidered with gold thread and got like emerald jewels like sewn directly into it. He's wearing a like a turban like kind of headwear, but it's kind of it kind of comes back over the neck to protect him from the sun in the daytime, but it's got almost like a brass rope, like gilded rope that goes around his head and that culminates in some kind of like symbolic knot that has another emerald jewel inlaid into the middle. He has a nose ring that is connected via a chain to one of his many ear piercings. And despite his like caramel colored skin, again, he has these beautiful green eyes.
I'm sorry. Piercing
yeah?
green eyes.
I said beautiful green eyes.
So can I make some check to see if they're too similar to Jacob's? I mean, I've seen this guy before, so but I guess I wouldn't have paid attention to that then because I didn't know anything about 1T before.
Mm-hmm.
But I do now.
There's only so much you can discern from looking whether eyes are similar, but you can make a history, perception, or insight check.
All right, let's go for perception.
They're similar in color. These eyes seem to.
Scales, as far as I can tell.
You can't see any scales.
Okay.
Yeah. And he smiles. "Welcome to the jewel of the Western Desert and my homeland. Finally, a pleasure to make your acquaintance after my invitation went unanswered for so long."
I feel like we should start with an apology. We have all been forced away for other duties, which took all this time, unfortunately, and so for all of us.
I'm sure you're aware, my prince, that a city requires a lot of management, and Last Hollow had not been.
Indeed it does. My father is the head of state, and I barely see him. So busy is he with the upkeep of Najarim.
I have been similarly occupied with the upkeep of Last Hollow over the last year.
How is it? Could it be that Najarim and myself may be able to provide assistance as Last Hollow begins to find its feet anew under the rulership of its new leader?
Alliances and agreements are something I'm keen to arrange and honor. A set isles united under a common purpose. It's much better, in my opinion, than warring and fighting in between.
Your aversion to conflict is a symbol of wisdom. But a unified isles is a foolish goal to try and attain. Transactions are best when made dyadically, in my experience. What, if you like to say, scratches my back, might help me scratch yours.
Indeed. And such agreements would mean that if one state, if one city should start to cause trouble for the others, it can be more easily contained if we are not at cross purposes with one another.
Indeed. Tell me, in your revolution, what became of the insufferable Chamberlain who put together that party whence we met over a year ago?
He is dead. And sort of looks at Mia. It's like, killed by this one here,
I
along with other members of his family.
hope his death was just, called for, and he didn't suffer. That would be the official line anyway. I hated the pompous fool. He did, however... I'm sorry, my dear, please. You have freedom to speak in my palace.
I was just going to say it was so good he died twice.
A fate that we wish we could bestow on all of our enemies, if only to savour it that much longer. However, his death explains his protracted absence from these halls. Our investment in Last Hollow at the behest of the Savories was the cause of my invitation that fateful evening when we met. The gallery of elite Cerulean heads of state and the like, meant to be a symbol of cooperation and mutually beneficial arrangements, often financial. Indeed, before the year is over, I'm expecting to recoup on my investment to the tune of 100,000 gold pieces. We helped install many of the vaults in the Undercity, and we sent a sizable contingent to assist with the creation of new products. Indeed, House Goldtooth and House Estefax were direct beneficiaries. I trust their houses are still in good shape and continue to prosper under your leadership.
House Goldtooth continues to trade and produce raiment of some. Still the talk of the town. If you're wearing an outfit made by Goldtooth, then you are of a higher caliber than those surrounding you.
He tugs on his purple sleeveless jacket. Indeed.
The Estefax are a little different. Many of them were involved with the negative leadership of the city. Some still remain. Sadly, one or two lost their lives in the liberation. On both
Well,
sides.
if House Goldtooth continues to operate, then I expect I can still recoup at least half of my investment, which still leaves Last Hollow about 50,000 short.
I'm sure that we can come to an agreement about repaying that debt. But I'm sure you did not bring us all the way here just to talk about that.
Indeed, for fortune smiles upon us both this day as a mutually convenient opportunity seems to have interjected itself into our relationship. Do you remember, my halfling friend, about the jewel of which I spoke only last year.
I do. You spoke so passionately about it, and I do remember of Marzak, right?
The Eye of Merzak. Indeed. It was stolen from these halls, and I am quite certain that it now resides in the Charcoal Palace in the city of Brass.
You do a lot of like there's like normal business going on with City of Brass from what we've.
Indeed, it is the trade nexus of many interplanar interests. And if any business can be done there, and any and all things can be traded.
So, like, if you've got trading arrangements and I presume good relations with the leaders over there, then why didn't you just ask them to return what was stolen?
A deal made in the city of Brass does never come without strings attached. And also, even here in the sparkling jewel of the Western Deserts, I am not permitted to give the Grand Sultan the satisfaction of such an important request. It only served to furnish his ambitions towards exacting a price for it far beyond one that I could achieve with ease or without difficulty.
So,
besides, if it was stolen, then the best thing to do would be to steal it back. And then neither of us will have to speak of it. So neither of us have to lose face.
So you don't think he's, from what you're saying, you don't think he's displaying it anywhere in the open, is he? Because that would have been admitting to what he'd done?
I haven't visited the Charcoal Palace. I haven't been there personally to City of Brass for some time. However, my trade envoys have also had difficulty getting in. It's too quiet. Some of our emissaries and trade missions have dried up. Some of our contacts have gone quiet, gone underground. Something's not right in the City of Brass, and I'd wager it might have something to do with my jewel. Return it, and hopefully the Sultan and I can resume trade partnerships. Else, relationships worsen. It's in Last Hollow's interest that Najarene continue to be prosperous and burgeoning, a representative of Cerulea across the plains.
I agree. It seems this jewel must be very powerful if it has caused such a ruckus in communication.
Symbolic in its power, no more, but deeply important to my family and I.
Can I do insight check on that?
Sure you can.
Thank you.
21.
Horse shit.
Okay. Mental note for later.
Well, I'm sure that we could travel to the city, determine what has caused the breakdown in communication, and seek to restore that which was lost to you.
Not lost, stolen. I'm sure of it. But you'd be doing me a great favor. I'm glad that even though the Savori's reign is over, relationships between Nazrim and Lastella can continue to prosper, you can count on the Jeweled City for an ally if this matter is resolved.
That sounds good. Mia, in order for us to, in fact, Prince, do you have a way for us to travel there, or?
He runs his hand along the armrest of his brass throne. And he kind of deliberately moves his finger like underneath the armrest and like clicks something, and a little tray pops out of the front of his throne.
With a drink.
He pulls out a jewel-encrusted wand. It's made of gold with rubies encrusted.
Cool.
Well,
This was a gift from the Charcoal Palace, from the Grand Sultan himself. It should act as an anchor for any interplanar travel spells, which I assume heroes of your reputation have access to.
we, Mia, we do.
Not today. Probably. But
do have
we can take a rest.
We have an item that would allow us to do this.
Which is just out of game, which is in the temple.
In Silvercrest.
Yeah. Oh, we could just wait. I've got this spell too, so I could prepare it for tomorrow.
What is the actual spell?
It's called God.
Plane shift.
Plane shift. That's right. Yeah, I think it's like 6.
Plane shift. Yeah, I can't do that today.
We do have access.
7th level.
Mm-hmm. Very good.
Yeah.
Then my invitation has not been wasted. Please take the rest of the evening to enjoy the revelries of Nazarim. But do be more careful at night. Some of the more overzealous denizens of the city can take to performing magical experiments and engaging in competitive rivalries. Indeed, status and power is poised here by your preoccupation with powerful magics. I just ask that if you are to practice any, you do it outside the palatial grounds.
Okay. This
Go on.
wand will help us get to the city of Brass, but for getting back, are there any teleportation circles that I could study?
Make a persuasion check. Oh, hold on one sec. I need to go and let my wife in.
Do let your wife in.
Oh, this is.
Uh,
Sorry, guys. I'm
That's not gonna
struggling a
work.
little bit tonight.
No, it's
Sorry.
all right. Everything's good.
you think we have one for the material plane anyway?
Yeah, because
That's fine.
how would we have come back from the water plane? We must have had that.
We attuned one of the faces on the cube on the octahedron of chaos or whatever, the cubic gate, to this plane. One of them is to here. One of them is to the water plane.
Yeah, we've got water plane. We've got material plane. We have Mechanus from where we found that. I think in.
So
Reginald's
we
office
don't have a
somewhere.
tuning fork for material plane. We've got a cubic gate, but that's not here. That's in Silvercrest.
We should go get it.
So currently, we don't have a way of getting back.
I guess I didn't think it was the cubic gate itself that was attuned. I think there was another item because it has to be another item. Looking at the
No, you use an
description of
item
the
to
spell.
attune the cubic gate to one of the sides of the cubic gate to a particular plane.
Oh, okay. Ah, right. Okay. I think we used something that Valzax had to the water plane. I just
We
need to
did.
remember.
It's a piece of his armor.
So we'd need to nip back to Silvercrest, get
Which we
it,
can do.
Hmm.
then come back, rest.
Yeah. Go and see Narlo.
Because we could. There's no need. We could actually travel back to Silvercrest from here tonight, pick up the item, and go to the go to the city of Brass from Silvercrest. There's no.
In the morning. Yeah,
I want to stay here.
There is that as well.
we could potentially stay here until the morning, then transport, then go to the plane. No.
And ditch a load of. No, I would just nip there now,
And then nip back.
go and pick up the thing, and come back.
But yeah, you have no way back unless I will be able to find a tree and come with you.
Oh, fucking hell! So we need a teleportation circle
Or a tree.
or a tree.
The prince is not inclined to give you a teleportation circle directly into the palace, and he says, "I'm sure you can find one in the city somewhere."
Fine.
Okay, let's spend the rest of the day here and like traveling and try.
The city.
We'll
The city
explore.
seems a great place to explore.
I think it would be awesome to go and find like a jeweler shop and buy some stuff we might be wanting for the future, like diamonds and stuff. That could be cool.
Mm-hmm.
We've got what? We used 3 of them. 3 of them we used.
7 we used.
Yeah, we had 7.
Oh. Okay.
Sorry, what are you talking about now?
diamonds.
Diamonds.
Ah, okay.
We have 4 reveals.
Who's taking the wand?
You can take
Jack
Sure,
will
I'll take it.
from the prince and give it to Mia.
Mm-hmm.
Fine.
May I make an Arcana check?
Is it a thing?
It's a thing.
Cool.
Is it a thing? Whoa.
Yeah.
Seeing as you can cast Identify with this staff and you've got a crit, I'll just tell you it's a wand of fireballs.
Cool. Oh my god.
You just
Goodness
gave
sakes.
the cleric fireball. Do you know what you've done?
I mean,
Yeah.
it makes sense. that
Just
yeah.
roll me a d6 plus 1.
Me.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, of course she
7.
rolls a 6.
It's got 7 rubies in it.
7 charges.
That.
7 charges. Yeah.
Whoa. Does it renew?
Uh,
The wonder gains 1d plus 6. 1d6 plus 1 expended charges daily at dawn. Cool.
It's a tune.
Oh, so it's got all of its charges ready.
mm-hmm.
Once you're attuned to it.
Oh my god.
Freddy
What's
had
the
a
mess with
similar
me?
one, but for lightning bolts.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, the
You could
fuck
just get
do
them
I
in the gift
feel?
shop at the Plane of Fire on the City of Brass.
Literally,
fireball.
just everybody has that because you can actually like use like more charges at once.
Yeah, you could use the whole 7th level fireball just with all the rubies.
Kind of damage does that do?
Oh, it'd be
No, it wouldn't be all
It'd
the
be
rubies.
ninth level. You can do
4,
it ninth
5,
level.
6, 7,
Oh yeah,
8,
yeah, you're
What?
right.
ninth only takes 6 charges and 1 left.
9th level fireball.
Oh my god,
Ugh.
you guys have had it.
Wipe out.
It's over for you fuckers.
But I mean, we're going to a place where probably everybody is either immune or at least resistant to fire. But we'll be able to use that later, I think.
Hey, it doesn't matter. Oh, it's 14d6.
Yes.
Just 14d6.
14.
Mhm.
Yikes.
Okay.
Okay. So what's the plan?
Explore the city. See if we can find a magician's guild or traders hall with a teleport circle.
So if we have those, sorry to come back to it, but those diamonds that we have, 4?
Yeah, 4 worth 500 each.
Oh, okay. I could either ask to have one of them for a potential what's it called, the revivify, or we just buy, but that's a bit too much value. Like it would be wasted, wouldn't it? So I could try and find 300 gold worth of diamonds here, or grab one. I also wanted some diamond dust, which I believe you can do, right? You can, jeweler. You can grind your own dust now.
Let's go explore then.
Yeah, I can. No snorting it for you though, Tilly, when your new habit.
No, it's just for potential greater restoration if we ever if you ever by any chance become stone again, and so that seems like it. So I could maybe, if you're okay with it, could grab one of those 500 worth diamonds. You do your jeweler stuff on it. You split it off. Give me a 300 piece, and the 200 piece you grind. Is that something you could do?
Yeah. Sure, Ruby taught me to do all those things. Right, DM?
If you've got proficiency with jeweler's kit, then yes is the answer.
Yeah.
Cool. That's it.
And then I take the other 3 diamonds.
That sounds good to me, yeah. Because you've got the higher resurrection spells, you're gonna need them.
Yeah.
And there is another thing I wanted to see if we can find, if there is a jeweler, if we can roll for that. An agate,
Mm-hmm.
Gadgets.
worth at least 1,000 gold, which I can buy myself if I find it in this place. But yeah, we go
Let's
and
go explore.
we go
Do what
explore,
we
right?
Yeah.
Obviously.
Do I need to roll anything for doing the jeweler's thing? Or no?
Hold on. I've got a useful thing for you here. Just loading.
Oh,
Why is it being so slow? Oh, it's been real slow. I don't know what's happening. Come on. It's like the website is broken. God damn it. Here we go. Here's what it says in the DM's guide about jeweler's tools. It says training with jeweler's tools includes the basic techniques needed to beautify gems. It gives you expertise in the identifying precious stone components. So jeweler's tools consist of a small saw, hammer, files, pliers, and tweezers. Proficiency with jeweler's tools grants you knowledge about the reputed mystical uses of gems. The insight proves handy when making arcana checks related to gems and gem-encrusted items. When you inspect jeweled objects, your proficiency with jeweler's tools aids you in picking out clues that they might hold, and you can identify gems and determine their value at a glance. But yeah, you can file down some diamond or any jewel and turn it into dust.
Cool.
Must be some real hard files. Okay. So, if you're spending the rest of the evening here, or you're trying to find what you're looking for, where are you going?
Somewhere that seems likely to have a teleportation circle.
They don't really advertise that on many billboards in Nazarim, so it's up to you to decide what kind of place you're going to try and look for one.
Do we say like a magician's guild or something like that?
Yeah,
Magician's Guild or a trading guild or something.
okay.
They're the two people I can think of who would have a teleportation circle.
Are you doing? Are you sticking together? Are you splitting up? What are you doing?
I think it might be good to split up, because I could do a search for trees, you could do your search, and then if one of us, we get bigger chances of success, don't we?
Also, bigger chances of shenanigans.
I mean, it's a safe city, but he just said, don't be out, be careful after dark is what he said, and then don't display magic in the open. I think it's two things he said, but other than that, it's pretty safe, right?
Yeah, so Jackal, yeah.
There's no police. Feels like a safe place to be around.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Let's say maybe Smoke can come with me.
Yeah, Smoke
going
with...
fast.
Yeah.
Smoke and Tilly, and then Jacob and Mir.
Yep.
Yeah?
Like that one.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Smoke and Tilly, you're looking for trees.
Looking for a tree that's
Big
so
enough.
it just needs to be wide enough, palm tree, and a possible jeweler's shop.
Oh, okay. So you can each make an investigation check.
Okay, I hope you
Tell me what they are. I'm on a different page.
I only got 10.
Oh god, I got a 9.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
You guys. Hold on. Okay, yeah. You guys, you come out of the palatial grounds and you go back across the walkway down into the main city. The sun's going down. It becomes like actually the city gets busier now. The sun's going down. It gets cooler and it gets easier to get around. The heat becomes less intense, and yeah, you just see more and more people kind of coming out, and the city gets a little bit rowdier. I'd like both of you to make a perception check. If you just tell me what they are.
15.
13 for me.
Okay. You see street sellers now trying to sell or push different kinds of jewelry. Most of it is by hand, literally kind of holding it out to people. And you see a little bit of bartering here and there, but mostly these street peddlers are ignored. do you wish to do anything?
Well, obviously, as a completely oblivious tourist, Tilly would think it's a perfect opportunity to score a gem she needs. So yeah, she'd approach one of them and ask if they've got any agates. How do you say that again?
Hold on.
Agate, I thought.
Agate?
Or agate.
Those ones.
Hold
Yeah.
on. I've only got the American pronunciation, which is just agate.
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 Yeah, agate. A-G and then U-H-T. Agate. Yeah. So you see a female jewel seller. She has like a pearl nose stud, and like really flamboyant makeup, like almost kind of goes into like a sunset across both eyes. It's really kind of dark brown irises and like pursed, like dark purple lips. She's got this like caramel skin and long dark hair. She's wearing like almost too much jewelry. It's like not very tasteful. And she kind of leans down. Hello, miss. Can I interest you in some of my wares?
Yes, I am looking.
Oh,
for...
let me see. Let me look at you. Come here, darling. And she kind of ushers you like behind her counter. And she like brushes your hair back and just starts picking up stuff from her like corkboard counter and like placing it all over you. Yes. You need things to shine and sparkle to set off your natural beauty. Please, you're positively underselling yourself. How will anyone ever notice you?
That's wonderful. You yeah, I am looking for something specific though. If you maybe have that or
specific. Tell me, what is it that you want? You don't like any of the things that I've provided you with so far?
They're all pretty. They're all absolutely beautiful.
Good,
I
then
love
you'll
them.
buy them. Yes.
Yes. Sure.
Excellent. Good.
If the question I had though, do you know of these gems called agates?
Agate?
Yes, that's it.
Yes, I have agate. Sure.
Do you have one that's big?
Big, yeah. And she's like, why are you coming looking for? She looks really frustrated at the particular question. She brings you a sizable looking stone.
Okay. Do I have any idea if that's what I'm looking for?
She tells you it's an agate.
Okay. I mean,
it's got like a almost looks like a encrusted like igneous rock that's like cooled at different temperatures. So it doesn't look like a precious stone, but it does look unusual and vaguely interesting to look at.
Okay. Can I maybe at least like so this is agate, you say?
Yes, agate.
Okay. Can I insight check that? Because I don't know nothing about Jules, but maybe I can pick up if she's lying. 18.
Oh, what the lady says, she's the expert.
Okay. So how much would this beautiful gem be?
What do you offer? Come on, you know how this works.
Well, I need one that's worth 1,000 gold.
1,000 gold. I have one agate, one. It's very precious. More you need.
Well, I need one that's worth that much, that's big enough for...
It's worth at least nearly twice that, I'd say.
It's well, that's more than I need. So,
Then I keep it.
you
You don't want it, I keep it.
do you have one? Do you have one that's worth 1,000?
She said she had one.
Yeah. Okay. So you want 2,000 gold for this one?
At least.
At least. Well, I mean, I can give you 2,000 gold if that's what you say it's worth.
2,000. But you also look very good in these earrings. They're jade, you see?
Oh, okay. How much are these?
No, you make me an offer.
Okay. Well,
Lucas has never haggled in a North African country before.
Tilly hasn't. 200?
200. 600.
Oh, so you say a higher amount, and then I say a lower amount, and then, okay, 100.
She starts putting her things away.
Wait. I wasn't supposed to say lower than before. 200, 300.
750. Stop wasting my time.
But that's more than you said before.
You're wasting my time.
Okay, so maybe I don't need the earrings then. I just really need this agate that you've got there.
No earrings? Do you want to wander around Nazarim looking plain? Remarkable?
I don't know what you want from me.
Take the earrings, take the agate, give me 3,000 gold pieces.
Smoke? Help!
You're doing great.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'll take both, but I will only give you 2,000. I'm being...
Make a persuasion check.
Just buying
2,500 final offer.
I'm just buying some fucking river stone. Okay, sounds like a good deal.
Very good. And she holds out her hand, waiting to receive payment.
Yeah. I'll give her the money.
She gives you the agate and a pair of jade earrings. You give her 2,500.
Okay, cool.
She immediately packs up all her stuff, puts her hood up, and darts down the nearest dark alley.
Okay. Well, when I cast this spell, we will find out if it's what I need. I will put a question mark against this agate.
Or just ask me when you find me next.
Oh yeah, that's a great idea. But no tree that would do for a transport.
No, you're in kind of like a market square at the moment. Smoke, if you've been keeping an eye on Tilly, what else have you been doing while that's been happening?
Try and get a bearings on the surroundings and see which direction we might find a large tree without going too far.
Okay, you can make a nature or survival check.
Okay. +1. Ah, 4.
Jesus.
It's not very well lit here. And the topography is unusual. This is all these stone buildings piled up on top of one another. There are like greenery, but as Lucas observed before, it's all like well kept and well maintained gardens, like small shrubberies and bushes. There's no towering forest. You do see the odd palm tree, but in this particular area, like I say, they're almost quite wilted and dried out. All the kind of like bits of bark are like peeling off, and it looks all kind of scattered and unhealthy.
It's getting late, and we better not venture too far. Perhaps we can find you a tree tomorrow.
Yeah, they all maybe hopefully Mir will have better luck. They all look just not wide enough. Not stable enough. There's not a lot of. I mean, wait a second. I could try something, but I don't know if this. Well, okay. Just look around you. Check if nobody's here. Let me know if someone's coming.
Yeah, all right. I'll keep an eye out.
I will touch the nearest looking tree, whatever size or.
Yeah, there's like a 3.5 foot tall wilting palm tree in a clay pot on the down on the edge of the alley where that lady just ran down.
Okay, cool. And then I'm going to cast plant growth on it. I'm casting it using one action.
Mm-hmm. Okay. As you go and touch this like wilting palm tree, you press your hands against it and you start the incantation. And yeah, the kind of wilted, peeling back like bark of the palm tree seems to like strengthen and become fuller, and the tree begins to grow, and it gets to about another foot tall, to get like 4.5 feet tall, and then the pot that it's in cracks as the roots push out of the clay pot and the tree falls over, and then simultaneously around the whole square you just hear more pots cracking. None of these trees seem to be rooted in the ground, and thus now you're just seeing like hanging baskets like fall to the ground and crash into.
We should go.
Chaos.
Smoke.
People start shouting.
Fucking legged.
What's happening?
Brilliant.
Oh.
Yeah, do you get the feeling something very wrong has just happened?
Some of you would see this as well. You'd see like hanging baskets become really overgrown and start like people get entangled in them and like get like, but they're just going like really, really long. You see like some creeping vines just start
100-foot radius, so it's huge.
Yeah, exactly. 200-foot radius. And it's happening all over the place.
I love it.
Yeah. It's as if someone has just injected Miracle Grow times 1,000 into everything in 200-foot diameter.
I love it.
Okay. Mia and Jacob, you are looking for the Mages Guild.
Well, a teleportation circle specifically.
Okay. Both of you can make an investigation or insight check. You can choose one.
Jacob would like to go with investigation.
Okay, insight.
Insight from me and a crit from Jacob.
Nice. Them are some serious rolls. You go the other way. So not back down into the like lower city, but you go left out of the palatial grounds towards these like more scholarly institutions. You see places of learning, a university, a bard college, a scriptorium, different place of learning, and you see like it does get busier. It's still like like the nightlife still increases, and it gets noisier, more vibrant. But you get the impression that now there's a load of like would-be scholars and philosophers all kind of having chats over like espresso coffees. You do see a few spells being cast on like the university grounds. Some dangerous ones. Two students, one a pig-headed man, not literally, but it's just kind of got portly features with curly blonde hair, quite pale skin, unusual in this part of the world, with a grey cloak and a wand. Seems to be casting aspersions on this taller, silver-haired elf who looks down from a more regal, embroidered blue and gold cloak, casting his own like pointed silver wand down at him. A crowd gathers around as it looks like these two wizards are about to kick off at each other.
Should we keep an eye?
I think we better stop them if it gets too out of hand.
The squat, portly human. Hold on. A few of them seem to be egging him on as he seems to be like trying to ready some of his components. He looks really nervous, and he shouts towards the other elf. Listen, Sildark, you might come from the upper crust, but you can't push me around just because I'm human. The settlement wars finished decades ago. The elves didn't even get involved. Why have you got to act so superior and bring me down all the time? And the elf he's kind of holding court with a few more kind of onlookers and supporters. And he just gives this like wry smile. Listen, Hamas, you never should have come to Nazarim. Your mage skills are inept, and you've made limited progress. I'm trying to save you the embarrassment of failing out of your final year. You'll never join the 9 rings. You don't deserve a place. I'll show you what I deserve, and I'll give you what you deserve.
Hey. What are you doing? I'll like step in.
There's a few people who step back and like, ooh, like, you get a few people like, is she an instructor? Like, a few people like, audibly gasp. The young human says to you, oh, I'm sorry, miss. This elf here is a bully, and he's been talking down to me and discouraging me just because I'm human. So elves have a natural affinity with magic, and there's no need to lord it over everybody. Maybe that's why they're so unpopular.
Shall we not? You don't have anything to prove, and I'll point to the elf, do you think you're making yourself better somehow by embarrassing this young man?
A few of them start laughing. Hamas is embarrassing himself. Look at his form, miss. I assume you, a lecturer here, maybe one of the instructors on the senior doctorates. Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Just tell me what you're doing.
Well, we're settling things like mages do, in battle. Hamas challenged me. I'm going to put him down.
Do you think anyone here is impressed?
You like there's a more audible gasp and oohs and ahs, and just hear from the back, "I'm impressed." It's a lot of students.
Do you want to come
egging
and
each other
join
on.
in?
You don't quite see where it came from, but you don't get another response.
At this point, Jacob, who hadn't run forward with me, was watching, would have bamfed invisible and just reappear next to me, like arms folded, looking very disapproving. And would turn to the elf and say, somebody who must deride others to prove their own worth only removes their worth. Everybody is welcome in magic. Everybody is welcome to find their own path.
Sildar
Celebrate different learning.
takes a step back. Between you, you can choose. You can make a persuasion or intimidation check. Sorry, I lost my words there for a second. Persuasion or intimidation?
For Jacob.
Both of you.
Oh, what, we each make one?
Yeah, you choose which one. With that, Sildark hesitates as he seems to sense the authority and influence that both of you wield. Mears with magic and Jacob with his new station. And in that hesitation, he puts his wand down to his side. And just as he's about to remonstrate with you, you see his chest start to glow. And that glow spreads out from the middle of his chest and goes across his shoulders. And he looks shocked. In an instant, that glow encapsulates his entire upper body, and it turns to dust. As you see, Hamas stood behind him with a wand, having cast Disintegrate. That'll show him. Everyone's goes like mad. There's wailing, there's hollering, there's some cheering, there's some booing. One of Sildark's hangers-on is just completely frozen in shock. Another one starts crying and trying to sweep up the dust as this chaos erupts around you.
I'm going to grab Hammer by the like scruff of his collar. Why? Of all the spells, why?
He had it coming.
You attacked somebody who was not in fighting. You cast a blow. In every duel I have seen, there are seconds, there are rules, there are referees. That was not.
He challenged me.
That was
I
murder.
accepted.
It was clearly being broken up. And he just went for it.
No one's going to miss that pompous elf.
And what kind of punishment will you expect for that?
I might get a rap on the wrist from the teacher. This is what
For
happened.
murdering a fellow student?
This is the way of things in Nazarim. You issue a challenge. It's the law. You have to respond. And if you show weakness or hesitation, it could be the last spell you ever cast.
Take us to
So
who's in
he-
charge of the school.
Shall we see what the tutors say about this? Yeah.
You'll have to come back tomorrow, miss. I'm sorry you're not accustomed to the way things happen around here, but it's not the first time. Sildak's been riding me for years. I've no regrets about what I've done.
And why tomorrow? Who's around now?
University's closed, so is the library. Everywhere shuts down after dark here.
And what will you do now?
Well, I'm hoping that display of power will finally get me an invite into the Nine Rings.
Is there anyone like around us looking impressed?
You can make a perception check if you want.
Mm.
Difficult to see. It's low lit, and there's a lot of excited young mages.
I guess I'll let him go.
He dusts his cloak down and puts his relatively meager wand back in a wrist holster. Is what Sildark said true? Are you really a senior academic? You look like a church leader, miss.
Doesn't matter who I am, does it?
Well, I hope you don't have to witness anything else like that in Nazarene, but I promise you, stay here for long enough, you will see it again. But it won't be me that gets disintegrated. And he kind of casts aspersions towards this group of elves who all kind of look a little bit sheepish. And they kind of disperse, and you and Jacob are left in Scholars Square, having got involved. And yeah, got a taste of the magic competition.
Well,
Mm.
so the university is closed.
Hmm.
I wonder. I'd
Unless
grab.
someone could turn invisible and get in.
I mean, I could get in, but you want me to memorize symbols for some teleportation circle, or to open the door for you to get in?
I was thinking that you could probably memorize them, but
Try. I'm not very good with magic, but I could try.
Yeah, you see a library and academic university halls. Which one do you want to try and get in?
The library.
Okay. You see this domed building that it's like a 2-4 central square, and opposite this kind of well-maintained grass veranda, two walls that have got their own kind of domed towers on each side. Seem to be entrance to the west wing and the east wing, and then the central student hub. I'm still getting a lot of beeping. I don't know who is doing that. I'm sure it's not mine. But anyway, so you're going to try and break in east, west, central.
West, I think.
Mm-hmm. go to the west, and you see this row of stone windows that have this row of stone openings that have been barred shut along each side, and then you get to an entranceway, a wooden door. As you get closer, you can make a perception check, if you wish. Oh yeah, with a 31, you step forward towards the door, and almost imperceptibly, like 30 is meant to be impossible nearly, but you've seen it, almost imperceptibly on the door is some kind of glyph.
Seeing there's a glyph, step back. He said the archways are barred lower down. Are they open further up or still barred?
No, on each wing there's just singular stories. There's 2 stories on this central student hub. This ground floor is barred. You can't really see the second. Well, with a 31, yeah, you can see that it may be easier to get inside from the second floor, unless you were able to dispel the glyph. In which case, the lock doesn't look like it would be too much trouble.
Oh, Mir'd still be with me at this point, I imagine.
Yeah, it won't be far away.
Mir, there's a glyph. There's magic on that door. I could get in, but I'd figure it's a trap or some other. Could you remove it?
I can certainly try. Yeah, I'll cast Dispel Magic on it.
Mm-hmm. At what level?
Go 6.
6. Oh. As you cast Dispel Magic, you sense that the glyph is automatically removed.
Oh.
Thank you, Mir.
Mm-hmm.
Fun.
You're going to try and break into this library?
Yes.
All right, then you can make a Thieves' Tool check. Silently, you open the door into the west wing of the library. You step in and it's unlit. Do you have dark vision?
Yep. Oh, wait. Yeah, 60 feet dark vision.
Mm-hmm. Just about 4 long rows of bookshelves that stretch forward about 60 feet, just as far as you can see. No one, as far as you can see, is in between any of them.
Mir, you coming?
Maybe it's best if I stay here.
Very well. I will copy the symbols if I find them. With that, yeah, Jacob is going to start just sneaking around the library looking for any teleportation circles.
Make a stealth check. Okay. You get down the west wing, and you get to the central student hub. You see a glow from a basement stairwell that goes down. You see that it is only cordoned off by a barred doorway and a simple lock.
near and bend your ear, for a tale our tongues to wag. For she who'd led us towards the light, the ballad of the white stag. Chairwoman sat at her desk one day while the rain came down so hard. She made 5 white stags who brought the sunshine back, and she made them all town guards. She was crossed by a gnome who armed some bombs that would make the dogs into a pond. But the stags were too wise for the tiny gnome, and they sent him back to Gond. So come gather near and bend your ear, for a tale our tongues to wag. For heard we not had stayed the night, the ballad of the white stag.